What if Hermione saved Harry from bullies at age 8 and her accidental magic branded him as her forever partner? Chapter 1, The Mark of Protection. Little Whinging had never seen a summer quite so scorching. The playground equipment in the local park radiated heat like an oven, and most children had retreated to the comfort of air-conditioned homes. Most, but not all. Harry Potter wiped sweat from his brow, smearing dirt across his forehead. His oversized hand-me-downs hung from his small frame as he sat alone on a bench in the shadow of an old oak tree. The relative coolness was his reward after finishing the list of chores Aunt Petunia had assigned: weeding the garden, washing the windows, and scrubbing the kitchen floor, all before lunch. His stomach growled, reminding him of the single piece of toast he'd been allowed that morning. At 8 years old, Harry had learned that solitude was safer than company. Company usually meant Dudley and his friends, which inevitably led to bruises and tears. The park offered an escape from his cupboard under the stairs, if only for a little while. He pulled a worn library book from his pocket, a fantasy story about knights and dragons that Mrs. Figg had helped him check out. The librarians had started to recognize him, the small boy with taped glasses who would sit in corners for hours, disappearing into worlds far kinder than his own. The peace shattered with the sound of jeering voices. "Look who it is." Dudley Dursley's voice carried across the park. "It's the freak." Harry's heart sank as he spotted his cousin waddling toward him, flanked by Piers Polkiss and 2 other boys from their school. He quickly tucked the book away and stood, calculating the distance to the park exit. Too far. They'd catch him before he made it halfway. "What are you doing here, Potter?" Piers called out, his rat-like face twisted in a sneer. "This is our park now." "I'm not bothering anyone," Harry said quietly, knowing from experience that neither silence nor words would make much difference. Dudley laughed, the sound harsh in the summer heat. "You bother everyone just by existing. Dad says so." The boys spread out, instinctively moving to block potential escape routes. Harry backed away until he felt the rough bark of the tree against his spine. "Got nowhere to run today," Dudley taunted, cracking his knuckles. "Piers, check if he's got anything good." Piers lunged forward, grabbing for Harry's pockets. Harry twisted away, but one of the other boys, Malcolm, shoved him hard against the tree. His glasses slipped down his nose as rough hands rifled through his pockets, extracting the library book. "What's this rubbish?" Piers laughed, holding the book up like a trophy. "Give it back." Harry reached for it, desperation making him bolder than usual. "It's not mine, it's from the library." "Ooh, the library," Dudley mocked, snatching the book from Piers. He flipped through it carelessly, pages bending. Dragons and knights? Baby stuff. He tore out a page, and the sound was like a scream in Harry's ears. "Stop it." Harry lunged forward, only to be caught by Malcolm and Gordon, who pinned his arms behind his back. Dudley smiled cruelly and began systematically ripping pages, letting them flutter to the ground like wounded birds. "What are you going to do about it, freak? Tell your mum and dad?" "Oh wait, you haven't got any." The other boys laughed as Harry struggled against their grip, tears of frustration welling in his eyes but not falling. He wouldn't give them the satisfaction. "What do you think you're doing?" The unexpected voice, high, clear, and quivering with righteous indignation, made all 5 boys turn. A girl stood 10 feet away, hands on her hips. She looked about Harry's age, with bushy brown hair that seemed to double the size of her head in the humidity. She wore a neat sundress with a pattern of tiny flowers, and her brown eyes blazed with an intensity that momentarily stunned the gang into silence. Dudley recovered first. "Mind your own business, bushy-head." The girl's eyes narrowed dangerously. 5 against 1 isn't a fair fight. That makes it my business." Harry stared at her in disbelief. Nobody ever interfered when Dudley's gang was at work. Teachers looked the other way, parents believed Dudley's innocent act, and other children knew better than to become targets themselves. "What are you going to do about it?" Piers sneered, shoving Harry harder against the tree. The girl stepped forward, unintimidated. "I'll report you to the park warden. And the police. And the school headmaster. I have an excellent memory for faces and names." She pointed at Dudley. "You're wearing a Smeltings Academy shirt. That's easily traceable." Dudley blinked, momentarily thrown by this tactical approach. "She's bluffing," Malcolm said, though he sounded uncertain. The girl pulled a disposable camera from her small backpack. "Am I? My parents gave me this for our holiday. I'm sure they wouldn't mind if I used a few shots to document bullying." Harry couldn't believe what he was seeing. This girl, this stranger, was standing up to Dudley with nothing but words and confidence. It was like watching someone speak a language he'd never heard before. "You're mental," Dudley growled, but Harry recognized the calculating look in his cousin's eyes. Uncle Vernon had drilled into Dudley the importance of maintaining appearances outside their home. "Give him back his book and leave him alone," the girl said, her voice steady despite the slight tremor in her hands. "It's just a stupid book," Dudley muttered, dropping what remained of it. Pages scattered in the light breeze. "And his glasses," the girl added, noticing how they hung precariously from Harry's face. "We weren't taking his stupid glasses," Dudley protested, but he nodded at Malcolm and Gordon, who released Harry's arms. Harry stumbled forward, adjusting his glasses and dropping to his knees to gather the torn pages. His throat felt tight with humiliation and gratitude. "You'll regret this," Piers hissed at the girl. "You don't know who you're messing with." Something strange happened then. The girl's hair seemed to lift slightly, though there was no breeze. "No," she said quietly, "you don't know who you're messing with." A loud crack sounded from above, and a large branch from the oak tree suddenly snapped, crashing down between Harry and Dudley's gang. It missed everyone, but landed so close to Piers that he jumped back with a yelp. "Run!" Malcolm shouted, and the four boys scattered, Dudley casting one last venomous glare over his shoulder before waddling away as fast as his legs could carry him. In the sudden silence, Harry continued gathering pages with shaking hands. The girl approached cautiously, as though afraid of startling him. "Are you okay?" she asked, kneeling beside him to help collect the torn book. Harry nodded, not trusting his voice. Nobody had ever defended him before. Nobody had ever cared enough to risk Dudley's wrath. "I'm Hermione Granger," she said, offering a small stack of recovered pages. "Harry Potter," he replied, finally looking at her directly. "Thanks for helping me." Hermione smiled, and something in her expression made Harry feel seen in a way he never had before. "Those boys were horrible. Do they bother you often?" "That's my cousin Dudley and his friends," Harry admitted, staring at the mangled book in his hands. "They do this sort of thing all the time." Hermione's eyes widened. "Your cousin? That's even worse. Have you told your parents?" The familiar pang hit Harry's chest. "My parents died when I was a baby. I live with my aunt and uncle, Dudley's parents." "Oh." The simple syllable contained volumes of understanding. "I'm sorry about your parents. And I'm sorry about the book." Harry shrugged, though the ruined book still hurt. It had been his only escape for the past week. "It's from the library. They'll make me pay for it, and Uncle Vernon will be furious." Hermione bit her lip, thinking. "Maybe we can fix it? My dad has special tape for repairing his books. We don't live far from here, I could help you." Harry hesitated. No one had ever invited him anywhere before. "I don't want to be a bother." "It's not a bother at all," Hermione insisted, standing and brushing grass from her dress. "Besides, I'd like to hear more about those boys. If they're bullying you regularly, we should have a plan." "A plan?" Harry repeated, confused by this girl who spoke of plans and consequences as if the world actually worked that way, as if fairness was something that could be demanded rather than a distant dream. Of course. Bullies only have power if they're allowed to get away with it. She extended her hand to help him up. My parents always say that problems don't solve themselves, you have to take action. Harry took her hand, and something extraordinary happened. Where their palms met, a warm glow appeared, soft at first, like the gentle flicker of a candle, then brighter, pulsing with golden light. A tingling sensation swept up Harry's arm, not unpleasant but strange, like static electricity but warmer, more alive. Hermione gasped, her eyes wide with shock, but neither of them let go. The light intensified, wrapping around their joined hands in ribbons of gold and amber, then sinking into their skin with a final flash. For a breathless moment, Harry felt as though he could sense Hermione's surprise mirroring his own, not just see it on her face, but feel it like an echo in his mind. Then the sensation faded, leaving behind a small, warm spot on his palm that looked faintly like a tiny handprint. What was that? Hermione whispered, staring at her own palm where an identical mark had appeared. Harry shook his head, his heart racing. I don't know. Things happen around me sometimes, strange things. My aunt and uncle call it. He lowered his voice, freakishness. Instead of looking disgusted or frightened, Hermione's eyes lit up with curiosity. Has anything like this ever happened before? Not exactly like this, Harry admitted. But I've made things move without touching them when I'm angry. And once, my hair grew back overnight after Aunt Petunia cut it all off. Hermione nodded eagerly. Yes. Things happen around me too. Once, when a girl at school was making fun of my hair, all her hair turned blue. And books sometimes fly off shelves into my hands when I really want to read them but can't reach. They stared at each other in wonder, two children suddenly realizing they weren't alone in their strangeness. Do you think? Harry began hesitantly, afraid to voice the thought. Do you think it might be magic? The word hung in the air between them, forbidden and thrilling. In the Dursley household, magic ranked alongside questions and Harry's parents as topics guaranteed to trigger Uncle Vernon's rage. Magic, Hermione repeated thoughtfully. That would explain so much. She looked at the mark on her palm again. But what did we just do? And why did it happen when we touched? Harry shook his head, feeling simultaneously terrified and exhilarated. I don't know. But it felt right, Hermione finished for him. Like something clicking into place. Harry nodded, relieved she understood. We should definitely go to my house now, Hermione said decisively. We can fix your book and try to figure this out. My parents aren't home yet, they're dentists, and they work late on Thursdays, but I have a key, and there's a woman next door who checks on me. Harry thought of Aunt Petunia, who wouldn't miss him until dinner time when there were potatoes to peel and dishes to wash. Okay, he agreed, gathering the last of the book's pages. But I need to be back by 6. As they walked through the park, Harry kept glancing at Hermione as if she might disappear, this strange, brave girl who had confronted Dudley, who understood about the odd things that happened, who had somehow created magic with him. She walked with purpose, occasionally looking down at her palm where the mark still glowed faintly. I live on Willow Road, she explained, leading him through a neighborhood much nicer than Privet Drive, with well-kept gardens and houses that, while not large, had a cheerful, welcoming appearance. We just moved here last month. My parents' dental practice expanded, so we relocated from London. I live on Privet Drive, Harry offered. With my aunt and uncle and Dudley. I sleep in the cupboard under the stairs. Hermione stopped walking and turned to him, her expression horrified. A cupboard? Why not a proper bedroom? Harry shrugged, regretting his candor. There are only 3 bedrooms. One for my aunt and uncle, one for Dudley, and one for guests and Dudley's broken toys. That's terrible. Hermione exclaimed. They can't treat you like that, it's not right. It's just how it is, Harry said quietly. They don't like me much. Hermione looked like she wanted to argue further, but they had reached a tidy brick house with window boxes full of colorful flowers. "This is it," she said, fishing a key from her backpack. Inside, the Granger home was everything the Dursley house was not: warm, slightly cluttered, and filled with books. So many books that Harry stopped in the entryway, staring at shelves that covered entire walls. "My parents are readers," Hermione explained, leading him into a cozy living room. "And so am I. Wait here, I'll get Dad's book repair kit." While Hermione disappeared upstairs, Harry wandered around the living room, marveling at photographs showing a younger Hermione with two smiling adults who must be her parents. In one picture, she was missing her front teeth but grinning widely anyway, holding up a science award ribbon. In another, the three Grangers stood on a beach, windswept and laughing. It looked like what he imagined a family should be. "Here it is," Hermione announced, returning with a box and a bottle of water. "Are you thirsty? It's dreadfully hot today." Harry nodded gratefully, accepting the water. As Hermione spread the torn book pages on the coffee table, he took small, careful sips, conscious of being a guest. "Let's see what we're working with," Hermione said, examining the damage. It's pretty bad, but I think we can at least put it back together enough to return it to the library. You might still have to pay a small fee, but it won't be as bad as a full replacement." She opened the box to reveal archival tape, glue, and various tools for book repair. With methodical care, she began arranging the pages in order, occasionally asking Harry about the story sequence when she wasn't sure. "Have you always liked reading?" she asked as they worked. Harry nodded. "It's an escape, I guess. When things are bad at home, I can go somewhere else in my head." Hermione smiled softly. "That's exactly how I feel. Books never tease you about your hair or call you a know-it-all." "Do people do that to you?" Harry asked, surprised that someone as confident as Hermione would face similar problems. "All the time," she admitted. "I'm always the new girl, and I'm always different. I like learning and answering questions in class, and that makes some kids angry." She carefully applied tape to a torn page. "Plus, the strange things that happen around me, it scares people sometimes." "Not me," Harry said firmly. "I think it's brilliant." Hermione's smile could have lit the room. "Really? You don't think I'm a freak?" "No," Harry said, the word carrying the weight of all the times he'd been called exactly that. "I think you're like me." They worked in comfortable silence for a while, repairing the book page by page. As they did, Harry noticed that the mark on his palm seemed to pulse occasionally, especially when his hand came near Hermione's. "Does your mark still feel warm?" he asked eventually. Hermione nodded, setting down the tape. "And sometimes it feels like I can almost tell what you're feeling." "Is that crazy?" "No," Harry said slowly. "I felt it too, right after it happened. Like I could feel that you were surprised, the same as me." "We should experiment," Hermione decided, ever practical. "Hold out your hand with the mark." Harry extended his hand, palm up, revealing the small handprint-shaped mark. Hermione placed her own palm against it, matching mark to mark. The warmth was immediate but gentler this time, no dramatic light show, just a comfortable glow and a heightened awareness of each other. Harry closed his eyes and felt a swirl of emotions that weren't his own: curiosity, excitement, and an undercurrent of concern. "I can feel you worrying," he murmured, eyes still closed. Hermione gasped softly. "I was just thinking about how your relatives treat you." "Can you tell what I'm thinking, or just what I'm feeling?" Harry concentrated. "Just feelings, I think. No actual thoughts." They separated their hands, and the connection faded but didn't disappear completely. A thin thread of awareness remained, like knowing someone was in the room even with your back turned. "This is extraordinary," Hermione breathed. "I've read about telepathy in science fiction, but this feels different. More magical." "What do you think it means?" Harry asked, examining the mark that now seemed a permanent part of his palm. Hermione bit her lip, thinking. I'm not sure, but when that branch fell, right when those boys were threatening you, I was so angry. I wanted to protect you, and I was wishing I could do something to help. Then we touched, and... She gestured at their palms. Maybe it's some kind of protection bond? A magical protection bond, Harry said, testing the words. Like in the fantasy books? Exactly. Maybe when people like us, people who can do strange things, need protection or want to protect someone else, this happens. Hermione's eyes gleamed with the joy of solving a puzzle. We need to research this. There must be books about it somewhere. Harry laughed, a rare, genuine sound. Of course your first thought is books. Hermione smiled sheepishly. Books have answers. But in this case... She looked around at her parents' extensive library. I don't think we'll find anything here about real magic. If it is real, Harry said cautiously. What else could it be? Hermione challenged. Make-believe doesn't make branches fall or create glowing marks or let people feel each other's emotions. She had a point. Harry flexed his fingers, feeling the pleasant warmth of the mark. So what do we do now? Well, first we finish fixing your book, Hermione said practically. Then we should probably talk about those bullies. And then... She looked thoughtful. Then maybe we could try some experiments? To see what else we can do. The idea of purposely trying to do magic was both thrilling and terrifying. Uncle Vernon's warnings echoed in Harry's mind, warnings about freakishness and unnaturalness and the terrible punishments that would follow if Harry ever embraced his strangeness. But looking at Hermione, confident, curious Hermione who faced down bullies and talked about magic like it was a fascinating scientific discovery, Harry felt a surge of courage. Okay, he agreed. Let's experiment. They finished repairing the book, which now looked well-worn but intact enough to return without too much embarrassment. As they worked, Hermione told Harry about her life in London, about her parents who encouraged her reading but worried about her lack of friends, about the strange incidents that had followed her from school to school. In turn, Harry shared more about the Dursleys, about Dudley's Harry hunting games, about the cupboard and the chores and the constant reminders that he was unwanted. It was the first time he'd ever told anyone these things, and though part of him felt disloyal, a greater part felt liberated. They sound terrible, Hermione said when he'd finished. Have you ever told a teacher? Harry shook his head. I tried once in primary school. The teacher called Aunt Petunia, who said I was making it up for attention. I got locked in my cupboard for 2 days with only bathroom breaks. Hermione's eyes flashed with anger, and the lights in the living room flickered momentarily. That's child abuse, Harry. My parents taught me about that. They have to report it if they see signs when examining children's teeth. Harry shifted uncomfortably. It doesn't matter. No one believes me over them. I believe you, Hermione said fiercely. And now that we have this. She held up her marked palm, maybe things will be different. The certainty in her voice made Harry want to believe her, even as experience told him nothing ever changed. Can we try those experiments now? He asked, changing the subject. Hermione nodded, setting aside the repaired book. I was thinking we could start with something simple. You said you've made things move without touching them? Only when I'm really upset, Harry clarified. And I've made books come to me when I really wanted them, Hermione added. So maybe it's about wanting something badly enough? She placed a small decorative paperweight on the coffee table. Let's try to move this together. We'll hold our marked hands together and concentrate on lifting it. Harry felt self-conscious but took Hermione's hand anyway. The now familiar warmth spread between their palms as they stared intently at the paperweight. Lift, Hermione whispered. Please lift. For several moments, nothing happened. Then, just as Harry was about to suggest they try something else, the paperweight trembled slightly. Encouraged, they both leaned forward, focusing harder. Up, Harry murmured. Just a little bit. The paperweight rose shakily, hovering an inch above the table for 3 heartbeats before clattering back down. Hermione squealed in delight, squeezing Harry's hand. We did it. We actually did it. The pure joy in her voice was contagious, and Harry found himself grinning so widely his cheeks hurt. For once, his strangeness wasn't something to be ashamed of or hide, it was something to celebrate, something that connected him to this extraordinary girl. Let's try something else, he suggested, caught up in Hermione's enthusiasm. They spent the next hour attempting various small feats, making pencils roll across the table, turning pages in a book without touching them, and even trying, unsuccessfully, to change the color of a flower in one of the vases. They discovered that they could indeed do more together than apart, but also that the magic was unpredictable and seemed to tire them quickly. After their 5th attempt to make a cushion float ended with both of them yawning widely, Hermione declared a break. I think magic uses energy, she theorized, heading to the kitchen. Like exercise for the brain. Are you hungry? We have biscuits. Harry followed her, still marveling at how normal she made everything seem, as if discovering you could do magic with your new friend was an everyday occurrence. The Grangers' kitchen was bright and cheerful, with children's artwork magnetized to the refrigerator and a row of cookbooks on a shelf. Hermione retrieved a tin of chocolate biscuits from a cupboard and poured 2 glasses of milk. My parents limit sweets because of teeth, she explained, offering Harry the tin. But they're not unreasonable. Harry took a biscuit cautiously, used to having food snatched away at the last moment by Dudley. When no such intervention came, he bit into it with relish, savoring the rich chocolate flavor. So about those bullies, Hermione said, dunking her biscuit in milk. I've been thinking about strategies. Harry nearly choked on his biscuit. Strategies? Well, we can't use magic against them, at least not on purpose. That wouldn't be right, and it might cause more problems than it solves. But there are other ways to handle bullies. She outlined a plan involving adult supervision, strength in numbers, and detailed documentation of incidents. Harry listened with a mixture of amusement and disbelief. Hermione spoke as though the world was fundamentally fair, as though rules applied to everyone equally, even Dudley. It's a good plan, he said when she finished, but Dudley's parents won't care. And if I start carrying a notebook to write down what he does, he'll just take it and tear it up. Hermione frowned, considering this. Then maybe we need a different approach. What if we weren't alone? What if we were together? You'd help me stand up to Dudley? Harry asked, surprised again by this girl who seemed to have an endless capacity for bravery. Of course. That's what friends do. She said it simply, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. Friends. The word hit Harry with unexpected force. He'd never had a friend before, Dudley made sure of that, threatening anyone who showed interest in being kind to his cousin. Are we friends? He asked quietly. Hermione looked at him with genuine puzzlement. Of course we are. We share magic, Harry. We have these marks. She held up her palm. I think we're more than ordinary friends, we're magical friends. The way she said it made it sound special rather than strange, valuable rather than freakish. Harry felt something warm expand in his chest that had nothing to do with the mark on his palm. I've never had a friend before, he admitted. Hermione's expression softened. Well, now you have one. And I promise I'm a good friend to have. I'm very organized, and I always remember birthdays, and I'll help you with homework if you need it. Harry laughed, a free and easy sound that felt foreign to his own ears. I think you're brilliant. A blush colored Hermione's cheeks. Thanks. I think you're brave. They smiled at each other across the kitchen table, 2 lonely children who had somehow found each other against all odds, connected now by something neither of them understood but both instinctively treasured. The peaceful moment was interrupted by the sound of a car pulling into the driveway. "That's my parents!" Hermione exclaimed, jumping up from her chair. "You can meet them." Harry felt a flutter of anxiety. Adults, in his experience, rarely liked him on sight. But before he could voice his concerns, the back door opened, and a woman with Hermione's bushy hair, though cut much shorter, entered carrying a grocery bag. "Hermione, love, I've picked up ingredients for..." She stopped, noticing Harry. "Oh. Hello there. Mom." Hermione rushed over. "This is my new friend, Harry Potter. Harry, this is my mother, Dr. Emma Granger." Dr. Granger set down her bag and smiled warmly at Harry. "It's lovely to meet you, Harry. I'm so glad Hermione's made a friend already." Harry stood awkwardly, unsure of the proper protocol. At the Dursleys, he was supposed to stay out of sight when visitors came. "It's nice to meet you too, Dr. Granger. Please, call me Emma. Dr. Granger is what my patients call me, and you're not here for a dental checkup." Her eyes twinkled with humor. "Unless your teeth are bothering you?" "No, ma'am," Harry replied, relaxing slightly at her friendly tone. The front door opened, and a man's voice called out, "Emma? Hermione? I'm home." "In the kitchen, Daniel," Emma replied. "Hermione's brought a friend." Moments later, a tall man with kind eyes and Hermione's warm smile appeared in the doorway. Unlike his wife and daughter, his hair was straight and beginning to gray at the temples. "Well, hello there," he said, extending a hand to Harry. "I'm Daniel Granger. Welcome to our home." Harry shook his hand, surprised by how normal it felt after the magical experience with Hermione. "I'm Harry Potter. Thank you for having me, sir." "Harry lives near the park," Hermione explained. "We met today, and I invited him over to fix his book. Some horrible boys tore it up." Daniel's expression darkened slightly. "That's terrible. Did you know these boys, Harry?" Harry hesitated, not wanting to admit his relationship to Dudley. "Sort of. They go to my school." "Bullies," Emma said with distaste. "We've dealt with our share of those, haven't we, Hermione? Always targeting the special ones." Hermione exchanged a quick glance with Harry, her palm subtly turning to show the mark was hidden. He understood immediately, they weren't ready to share their discovery with anyone yet, even Hermione's kind parents. "Harry fixed the book with me," Hermione said, skillfully redirecting the conversation. "He's very good with his hands." "Are you now?" Daniel asked with interest. "Do you like building things, Harry?" "I've never really tried," Harry admitted. "But I help with repairs around my aunt and uncle's house." "You live with your aunt and uncle?" Emma asked, beginning to unpack the grocery bag. "My parents died when I was a baby," Harry explained, the familiar story somehow less painful in this warm kitchen with these kind people. "I've lived with my mother's sister and her husband ever since." The Grangers exchanged a look that Harry couldn't quite interpret. "I'm very sorry to hear about your parents," Daniel said gently. "That must be difficult." Harry shrugged, uncomfortable with sympathy. "I don't really remember them." "Would you like to stay for dinner, Harry?" Emma asked, changing the subject with the grace of someone used to navigating sensitive conversations. "I'm making pasta, and there's plenty." The invitation was tempting, so tempting that Harry almost said yes immediately. But the thought of Uncle Vernon's reaction if he was late made him hesitate. "I can't," he said regretfully. "I need to be home by 6. My aunt and uncle expect me to help with dinner." Another of those loaded looks passed between the Grangers. "Another time, then," Daniel said. "You're welcome here any time, Harry." "Thank you," Harry replied, meaning it more deeply than they could know. Just the invitation, just being treated like a normal, welcome child, meant everything. I'll walk Harry home, Hermione offered. It's not far. Emma looked hesitant. Are you sure, love? It's getting late. It's still light out, Mum. And it's only a few streets away. Hermione had the patient tone of a child used to negotiating for independence. I suppose that's all right, Emma conceded. But come straight back, and take your emergency whistle. Hermione rolled her eyes good-naturedly. Yes, Mum. As they prepared to leave, Harry carefully packed his repaired book into his pocket, thanked the Grangers again, and followed Hermione out the door. The evening air had cooled slightly, making their walk more pleasant than the scorching afternoon had been. They walked side by side, occasionally brushing hands, each contact sending a small spark of warmth through their marked palms. Your parents are really nice, Harry said after a while. Hermione nodded. They are. They work a lot, but they always make time for me. And they never make me feel strange for being different. You're lucky, Harry said without bitterness, just stating a fact. I know. Hermione was quiet for a moment, then added, you could come over again. They meant it when they said you're welcome anytime. The idea of having somewhere to go besides the park or the library, somewhere with a friend who understood him, with adults who smiled at him, was almost too wonderful to believe. I'd like that, he said simply. They walked in comfortable silence for a while, each lost in thought. As they approached Privet Drive, Harry felt the familiar dread settling in his stomach. Returning to the Dursleys after experiencing the warmth of the Granger household made the contrast even more stark. This is my street, he said reluctantly. Number 4, just down there. Hermione slowed her pace, clearly sensing his reluctance. Harry, she began hesitantly, I've been thinking about this mark, about what it might mean. Harry waited, curious. I think, and this is just a theory, but I think when I wanted to protect you from those bullies, I somehow created a connection between us. A magical connection. But why would it work? Harry asked. Why would magic respond to you wanting to protect me? Hermione's brow furrowed in thought. Maybe because we're the same, somehow. Both able to do these strange things. And maybe. Her voice grew softer, maybe because we both needed someone. I've never had a real friend either, you know. Someone who understands. The simple honesty in her voice matched something in Harry's own heart. They had found each other when they most needed a friend, and something deeper than either of them could explain had recognized that need. Whatever it is, Harry said, I'm glad it happened. Hermione smiled, her whole face lighting up. Me too. And Harry, she hesitated, then continued with determination, if things get bad at your aunt and uncle's house, if you need help, I think you should try calling for me. In your mind, I mean. Through our connection. You think that would work? Harry asked skeptically. I don't know. But there's something about this mark. She touched her palm gently. It feels like it's meant to help us find each other if we need to. They had reached the corner of Privet Drive now, and Harry knew he couldn't delay any longer. I should go, he said reluctantly. Will you be at the park tomorrow? Hermione asked. We could meet there around lunchtime. I'll try, Harry promised. If I finish my chores. Hermione looked like she wanted to say more about his chores but held back. All right. If you can't make it, I'll understand. On impulse, Harry reached out and squeezed her hand briefly, their marked palms touching and sending that now familiar warmth through his arm. Thank you, Hermione. For everything today. That's what friends are for, she replied with a smile. Harry watched her walk away, feeling as though he'd dreamed the entire afternoon, the rescue, the mark, the magic, the friendship. But the warm spot on his palm was real, and so was the faint awareness of Hermione's presence in the back of his mind, like a compass needle pointing toward her retreating figure. With a deep breath, he turned and walked toward number 4, steeling himself for whatever awaited him inside. The next few weeks passed in a blur of secret meetings, quiet conversations, and careful experiments. Harry and Hermione met whenever they could, usually at the park, sometimes at the library, and occasionally at Hermione's house when Harry could convince the Dursleys he was working on summer assignments. They discovered that their magical bond continued to strengthen. The marks on their palms became less visible to others but more prominent to each other, glowing softly when they were together and pulsing when strong emotions passed between them. They learned they could sense each other's general location, like a mental compass that always pointed to the other, and that extreme emotions, fear, pain, joy, could be felt across greater distances. Their magical abilities grew too. Together, they could now reliably move small objects, change the color of flowers, temporarily, and even create small lights that hovered above their palms when darkness fell. Apart, their abilities were weaker but still stronger than before their connection formed. Harry's life at the Dursleys remained largely unchanged, though he found it easier to endure knowing Hermione was just a thought away. Dudley and his gang still pursued Harry hunting when they could, but now Harry had someone watching his back, warning him when they approached, and occasionally creating distractions to help him escape. One particularly hot August afternoon, Harry sat cross-legged in the shade of their oak tree in the park, waiting for Hermione. The summer holidays were drawing to a close, and he dreaded returning to school, where Dudley's torment would become inescapable again. He felt Hermione before he saw her, a warm pulse in his palm and a sense of excitement that wasn't his own. Looking up, he spotted her hurrying across the grass, clutching something in her hands. "Harry," she called, dropping onto the grass beside him. "I found something amazing." Her enthusiasm was contagious, and Harry couldn't help smiling. "What is it?" She opened her hands to reveal a small, leather-bound book with faded gold lettering on the cover, Ancient Bonds and Magical Connections. "Where did you get that?" Harry asked, reaching for it cautiously. "In a used bookshop in London," Hermione explained breathlessly. "My parents took me yesterday. It was hidden behind some other books, and I just felt drawn to it. Look." She flipped the book open to a page marked with a ribbon. The illustration showed two hands clasped together, with marks glowing on their palms remarkably similar to their own. The text beneath was written in an old-fashioned script that was difficult to read. "The bond of protection," Hermione read aloud, "is among the rarest and most powerful of magical connections. Born of selfless intent to shield another from harm, it creates a lifelong link between two magical beings. Such bonds are recorded only 17 times throughout wizarding history, most commonly between family members or destined companions." "Wizarding history?" Harry interrupted, his heart racing. "Does that mean there are wizards, Harry?" Hermione said, her eyes shining with excitement. "Real wizards and witches. We're not alone, there are others like us." Harry stared at the book, hope and disbelief warring within him. "But if there are others, why hasn't anyone told us? Why have we been left to figure it out on our own?" Hermione's excitement dimmed slightly. "I don't know. The book doesn't explain that. But it does say more about our bond." She flipped to another marked page. "Those joined by the bond of protection share not only awareness but eventually magical abilities. The stronger the bond grows, the more their magic intertwines, allowing feats impossible for either alone. The mark itself serves as both conduit and symbol, visible primarily to those who bear it and to other magical beings. So that's why your parents haven't noticed it," Harry mused, examining the mark on his palm. To him, it glowed softly golden, but to the Dursleys, it appeared as nothing more than a slightly darker patch of skin easily dismissed as a birthmark. "Exactly," Hermione agreed. "And listen to this part, distance may separate those bonded by protection, but their connection remains. In times of great need, they may call to one another across vast spaces, their magic reaching out to find its counterpart." "Just like you suggested that first day," Harry said, impressed. "You guessed it without even knowing." Hermione blushed with pleasure. "It just seemed logical." But there's more, Harry. The book says that bonds like ours are meant to prepare us for something. It's vague about what, but it mentions destiny several times. Harry frowned, uncomfortable with the weight of the word. Destiny? What's that supposed to mean? I'm not sure, Hermione admitted. But I don't think it's something bad. The book describes the bond as a gift, a rare blessing. They sat in silence for a moment, absorbing this new information. Around them, the park bustled with the activities of a summer afternoon, children playing, parents chatting, normal life continuing while their world expanded in ways they could barely comprehend. Do you think we'll ever meet others? Harry asked finally. Other wizards and witches, I mean. Hermione nodded confidently. We must. The book talks about a wizarding world, Harry. A whole society living alongside regular people, non-magical people, it calls them muggles. There's even mention of a school where young witches and wizards learn to use their abilities. A school for magic, Harry repeated, trying to imagine it. That sounds wonderful, Hermione finished for him, squeezing his hand excitedly. Can you imagine, Harry? Learning proper magic, understanding what we can do, being around others like us? The idea was almost too perfect to believe. After years of being punished for his differences, the thought of a place where they were celebrated instead seemed like a fantasy. How do we find it? He asked. This wizarding world? Hermione bit her lip, her enthusiasm giving way to practicality. I don't know yet. The book doesn't give directions. But it must be possible. If there's a school, they must have ways of finding children with magical abilities. Unless they only take children from wizarding families, Harry pointed out. Children who already know about magic. No, that can't be right, Hermione insisted. The book mentioned something called muggle-born wizards and witches, people with magic born to non-magical parents. They must have ways of finding us too. Harry wasn't convinced, but he didn't argue. Hermione's optimism was one of the things he treasured most about her, her absolute belief that knowledge could be found if one looked hard enough, that problems had solutions if approached logically. Maybe we could try calling out to them, he suggested. Using our magic together to send some kind of signal? Hermione's eyes lit up. That's brilliant, Harry. We could try tonight. My parents are attending a dental conference dinner, so I'll be with Mrs. Winterbottom next door. She always falls asleep in front of the telly by 8. I could sneak out and meet you. I don't know if I can get out at night, Harry said doubtfully. The Dursleys lock my cupboard. Hermione frowned, her disapproval of his living situation evident. Over the weeks of their friendship, she had become increasingly outraged about his treatment but had respected his wishes not to involve adults, yet. Could you try using magic to unlock it? She suggested. We've been practicing with the library locks, and you managed it yesterday. Harry considered this. It was true that their magical experiments had become more successful lately. Just last week, they had managed to levitate a book all the way across Hermione's bedroom, and Harry had indeed unlocked the library supply closet with nothing but concentration and a touch of his finger. I could try, he agreed cautiously. If I can get out, I'll meet you at the big oak tree at 9. If not. He gestured to his palm. I'll feel it, Hermione finished. And we'll try another time. They spent the rest of the afternoon reading through the magical book, which contained tantalizingly incomplete information about the wizarding world. It mentioned places like Diagon Alley and Hogsmeade without explaining where they were, spoke of a Ministry of Magic without detailing its functions, and referred to a conflict with a dark wizard whose name was conspicuously absent from the text, as if deliberately omitted. As evening approached, Harry reluctantly closed the book and handed it back to Hermione. I should go. Aunt Petunia will want me to help with dinner. Hermione tucked the book safely into her backpack. Remember, 9 o'clock if you can make it. If not, we'll try again tomorrow. Harry nodded, standing and brushing grass from his oversized jeans. "Be careful, Hermione. What if we attract the wrong kind of attention? The book mentioned dark wizards, after all." Hermione stood as well, her expression serious. "That's why we have each other, Harry. Our bond is supposed to protect us." "I believe that." Her certainty was reassuring. Harry smiled, touching his palm briefly to hers in what had become their ritual goodbye. 9 o'clock, he repeated. As he walked home, Harry felt an unfamiliar emotion bubbling inside him, hope. For years, he had accepted his fate as the unwanted nephew, the strange boy with no friends and no future beyond Privet Drive. Now, in just a few short weeks, everything had changed. He had a friend, a magical bond, and the promise of a world where he might finally belong. The universe, it seemed, had other plans for Harry Potter than a life of lonely drudgery. Back at number 4, the evening progressed with its usual tedium. Harry peeled potatoes, set the table, and endured Uncle Vernon's complaints about everything from the weather to the state of the economy. After dinner, he washed dishes while Dudley watched television, the sounds of cartoon violence filling the house. At 8:30, Aunt Petunia pointed toward his cupboard with a sharp jerk of her chin. "Bed. Now." "Yes, Aunt Petunia," Harry replied, drying his hands on a dish towel. "And don't think we don't know you've been sneaking off somewhere," Uncle Vernon added from his armchair. "Mrs. Polkiss saw you with some bushy-haired girl at the library. Up to no good, I expect." Harry's heart skipped a beat. "We were just reading, Uncle Vernon." "Reading," his uncle scoffed. "More like plotting mischief. I've half a mind to forbid you from leaving the house for the rest of summer." The threat sent panic through Harry, strong enough that he felt an answering pulse of concern from Hermione through their bond. He quickly calmed himself, focusing on projecting reassurance. "I'm sorry, Uncle Vernon. It won't happen again." His uncle grunted skeptically but returned his attention to the television, apparently deciding the matter could wait until morning. Harry slipped into his cupboard before anyone could change their mind, hearing the familiar click of the lock behind him. In the darkness, lit only by the thin strip of light under the door, Harry sat on his small bed and waited. The Dursleys would go upstairs around 10, giving him nearly 2 hours to figure out how to escape without being caught. He focused on the lock, picturing it in his mind as he had during practice sessions with Hermione. They had discovered that intent was crucial. Magic responded not just to desire but to clear, focused purpose. "Unlock," he whispered, pressing his marked palm against the door. Nothing happened. Harry closed his eyes, concentrating harder. He thought of Hermione waiting by their tree, of the magical book with its tantalizing glimpses of a world where they belonged, of the promise they had made to find others like themselves. "Please unlock," he murmured, pouring his need into the words. A faint click rewarded his efforts. Harry held his breath, listening for any reaction from the living room, but the television continued to blare undisturbed. Carefully, he pushed the door open just enough to peek out. Aunt Petunia was knitting, her sharp eyes focused on her needles. Uncle Vernon had fallen asleep in his chair, newspaper draped across his chest. Dudley was sprawled on the sofa, engrossed in his video game. Harry withdrew, closing the door quietly but not completely. He would wait until they went upstairs, then slip out through the back door and race to meet Hermione. The minutes crawled by with excruciating slowness. Harry lay on his bed, eyes closed, mentally rehearsing his escape route. Through their bond, he could sense Hermione's growing excitement and impatience, a steady pulse of anticipation that matched his own. Finally, at 9:15, he heard Aunt Petunia rousing Uncle Vernon from his chair and Dudley being ordered to turn off his game. Their heavy footsteps trudged up the stairs, followed by the sounds of running water and closing doors. Harry waited 10 more minutes, counting each second, until the house fell silent. Then, moving with the practiced stealth of someone used to avoiding attention, he eased out of his cupboard and crept through the darkened kitchen to the back door. The cool night air hit his face as he slipped outside, bringing with it a sense of freedom that made his heart soar. He darted across the back garden, vaulted over the low fence with ease born of practice escaping Dudley, and set off at a run toward the park. Hermione was waiting under the oak tree, her bushy hair a dark silhouette against the moonlight. As Harry approached, he felt her relief and joy through their bond, matching his own exhilaration at having successfully escaped. "You made it," she whispered, jumping up to meet him. "I was getting worried. Had to wait for the Dursleys to go to bed," Harry explained, catching his breath. "Did you bring the book?" Hermione nodded, patting her backpack. "And some other things I thought might be useful. Candles, a compass, and some salt." "Salt? I read somewhere that salt can be used in magical rituals," she explained. "It's in a lot of folklore about protection and cleansing." Harry smiled at her thoroughness. Of course Hermione wouldn't attempt to contact the wizarding world without proper research. They settled beneath the oak tree, where the shadows were deepest and they were least likely to be spotted by anyone passing by. Hermione spread a small blanket on the ground and placed 4 candles around its edges, creating a makeshift ritual space. "How exactly do we do this?" Harry asked as she carefully arranged the salt in a circle around them. "I'm not entirely sure," Hermione admitted. "But the book mentions that intent is the foundation of all magic. So I think we need to focus our intention very clearly. We want to contact other witches and wizards, to let them know we're here and that we need guidance." She held out her marked hand, and Harry took it without hesitation. The familiar warmth spread between them, stronger now in the quiet darkness than it had ever been in daylight. "Close your eyes," Hermione instructed softly. "Think about what we want. Imagine our magic reaching out, searching for others like us." Harry closed his eyes, picturing their combined power extending outward like ripples in a pond, searching for similar magic to connect with. Through their joined hands, he could feel Hermione doing the same, her mind focused with an intensity that amplified his own concentration. "We are here," Hermione whispered. "We have magic. We seek guidance. We seek others like us." Harry repeated the words in his mind, feeling them resonating through their bond. The mark on his palm grew warmer, pulsing in time with his heartbeat. "Show us the way to the wizarding world," he added aloud. "Please help us find where we belong." A breeze rustled through the oak leaves above them, despite the still night air. The candles flickered but didn't go out, their flames bending toward the center of the circle where Harry and Hermione sat with clasped hands. The warmth in their palms intensified, spreading up their arms and throughout their bodies. Harry felt a curious lightness, as if he might float away if not anchored by Hermione's hand in his. Behind his closed eyelids, colors swirled, gold and silver and a deep, vibrant red that reminded him of something he couldn't quite remember. "Harry," Hermione whispered, her voice tinged with awe. "Look." He opened his eyes to see the salt circle glowing softly with a blue-white light. The candle flames had turned the same color, standing unnaturally tall and still. Most remarkably, tiny sparks of golden light had begun to appear above them, hovering in the air like miniature stars. "We're doing it," Harry breathed, squeezing Hermione's hand. "We're actually doing magic on purpose." The golden sparks multiplied, swirling in complex patterns that seemed almost like writing, though in no language either of them recognized. They spun faster and faster, generating a gentle hum that vibrated in Harry's chest. Then, suddenly, the sparks coalesced into a single bright point directly above their heads. It hung there for a moment, pulsing with light, before shooting upward into the night sky like a reverse shooting star. The candles went out all at once. The salt circle stopped glowing. The strange breeze ceased. Harry and Hermione sat in stunned silence, their hands still clasped tightly together. "Do you think it worked?" Harry finally asked, his voice hushed. Hermione nodded slowly. "Something happened. Whether it reached anyone, I don't know, but that was definitely magic, real, intentional magic. It felt Harry struggled to find the words. It felt right. Like we were doing exactly what we were supposed to do. I know what you mean, Hermione agreed. It's like our magic knew what to do, even if we didn't. They sat quietly for a moment, absorbing what had just occurred. Above them, the stars twinkled placidly, giving no indication that anything unusual had happened. What now? Harry asked eventually. Hermione bit her lip thoughtfully. Now we wait, I suppose. If there are others out there, if there really is a wizarding world looking for children like us, they'll have to respond somehow. And if they don't? Then we keep trying, she said firmly. We have each other, Harry. We have our bond. Even if we never find anyone else, we'll figure out magic together. Her unwavering determination was comforting. Harry smiled, feeling truly content despite the uncertainty ahead. Whatever happened next, he wasn't alone anymore. I should get back, he said reluctantly. If the Dursleys discover I'm gone. Hermione nodded, helping him gather the candles and salt. Be careful. Use your magic if you need to. And Harry, she hesitated, then continued softly, I'm really glad you're my friend. My magical friend. Me too, Harry replied simply, knowing she could feel the depth of his gratitude through their bond. This has been the best summer of my life, Hermione. Because of you. They embraced briefly, their marked palms pressing together and sending one last surge of warmth between them. Then Harry turned and ran back toward Privet Drive, his heart lighter than it had ever been. What neither of them realized as they parted was that their magical signal had indeed been noticed, not just by one observer, but by several. In a castle far to the north, an ancient enchanted quill paused in its eternal task of recording magical children's names and trembled slightly, sensing an anomaly. In the office above, an elderly wizard with half-moon spectacles looked up from his desk, a curious expression crossing his lined face. In a gloomy house in London, a silver instrument on a shelf began to spin and emit puffs of smoke, causing its dark-haired owner to frown in puzzled concern. And in a manor house hundreds of miles away, a pale-faced boy woke suddenly from sleep, his right palm tingling with an inexplicable warmth. The wizarding world had indeed received their message. And soon, very soon, it would respond. Chapter 2, Bound by Magic. Autumn came to Surrey with a blaze of color and crisp, cool winds that sent leaves spiraling through Little Whinging. For Harry Potter, now approaching his 9th birthday, the changing season brought both comfort and concern. The comfort came from his continuing friendship with Hermione Granger, a connection that had only deepened since their midnight attempt to contact the wizarding world. The concern stemmed from the absolute lack of response to that attempt. Maybe we did it wrong, Harry suggested one October afternoon as they sat in Hermione's living room. Outside, rain lashed against the windows, but inside was warm and cozy, with the smell of cinnamon and apples wafting from the kitchen where Mrs. Granger was baking. Hermione frowned, turning a page in the magical book they'd come to treasure. It didn't feel wrong, though, did it? The magic responded. Those lights, the way they formed patterns and shot into the sky, that had to mean something. Harry nodded, rubbing his thumb absently over the mark on his palm. In the 2 months since that night, the mark had changed subtly. What had once looked like a simple handprint now contained intricate swirls within its boundaries, like a fingerprint but more deliberate in its design. Maybe they're just taking their time, he offered, trying to sound more optimistic than he felt. The book said the wizarding world is secretive, right? They probably have to be careful about how they approach us. Hermione brightened at this logical explanation. That's true. They can't just send someone barging in announcing magic exists. There must be protocols. Harry smiled, warmed by her enthusiasm. In the months since their first meeting, Hermione had become not just his friend but his anchor to a better life. Her home had become his sanctuary, her parents the first adults to treat him with genuine kindness, and their bond a constant reminder that he wasn't alone. The Grangers had welcomed Harry without question, never pressuring him to explain the bruises that occasionally marked his arms or the worn state of his clothes. Instead, they simply included him, in meals, in weekend outings, in the comfortable routine of family life. Mr. Granger had even begun teaching Harry basic woodworking in the small workshop behind their garage, showing a patience that made Harry's throat tight with emotion. None of them, not Hermione, not her parents, knew exactly how bad things were at Privet Drive. Harry made sure of that, downplaying the worst aspects of life with the Dursleys. He feared that if the truth came out, adults would get involved, and he'd be forbidden from seeing Hermione. The thought of losing his only friend was worse than any punishment Uncle Vernon could devise. "Want to practice?" Hermione asked, setting aside the book and interrupting his thoughts. "Mum will be busy with the pie for at least another half-hour." Harry nodded eagerly. Their magical practice sessions had become the highlight of his weeks. Together, they had mastered moving objects with their minds, changing colors temporarily, creating light, and even minor transformations, turning matchsticks into needles, though these reverted back after an hour or so. "Let's try the linking spell again," Hermione suggested. "I think we were close last time." The linking spell, as they called it, was their own invention, an attempt to create a magical connection between two objects similar to the one they shared. The practical applications were limited, but the theory fascinated them both. If they could understand how their bond worked by recreating it on a smaller scale, perhaps they could strengthen it further. Hermione retrieved 2 small river stones from her pocket, smooth and gray, collected during a family trip to the Thames. She placed them side by side on the coffee table. "Remember," she said, slipping naturally into her instructional tone, "we need to focus on the connection we want to create, not just on the stones themselves." Harry nodded, taking her marked hand in his. The now familiar warmth spread between their palms as they concentrated on the stones, visualizing threads of golden light binding them together. "Like calls to like," Hermione murmured, words they had found in their magical book. "Separate but connected, divided but one." A faint glow appeared around the stones, flickering like candlelight. Harry felt the magic flowing through their joined hands, directed by their shared intent. The stones trembled slightly, rolling toward each other until they touched. "It's working," Harry whispered, careful not to break their concentration. The glow intensified, enveloping both stones in a golden light that pulsed in rhythm with their heartbeats. For a brief moment, the stones seemed to meld together, becoming a single entity before separating again as the light faded. Hermione released Harry's hand and reached for one of the stones, lifting it carefully. As she raised it, the second stone rose into the air as well, maintaining the exact distance between them. "We did it," she exclaimed, moving her stone in a circle and watching as its partner followed the exact same path. Harry grinned, feeling the pleasant exhaustion that always followed successful magic. "How long do you think it will last?" "Let's find out," Hermione replied, setting her stone down gently. The second stone descended at the same rate, landing softly beside the first. "We should document this properly. I'll get my notebook." As she hurried to retrieve her detailed record of their magical experiments, Harry picked up one of the stones, marveling at how ordinary it looked despite the extraordinary magic now contained within it. This was what he loved most about their practice sessions, the tangible proof that magic was real, that the connection between them was more than imagination. "Here we are," Hermione said, returning with a spiral-bound notebook already half-filled with her neat handwriting. Experiment 23, Object Linking. She recorded the date, time, and detailed observations of the process, sketching the stones and noting the distance maintained between them. Harry watched her work, enjoying the methodical way she approached even the most wondrous aspects of magic. "Do you think we could link more than 2 things?" he asked as she finished her notes. "Or bigger things?" Hermione looked thoughtful. "Theoretically, yes, though it would probably require more power. And I wonder." "What?" "I wonder if we could link things across greater distances." Like if I took one stone home with me and you kept the other at Privet Drive, would they still maintain the connection? Harry considered this. The book says distance doesn't affect our bond. Maybe it wouldn't affect linked objects either. We should test it, Hermione decided, making another note. Tomorrow, after school. You take one stone, I'll take the other, and we'll see if they still respond. The sound of the kitchen timer interrupted their planning. Moments later, Mrs. Granger called, "Pie's ready if anyone's interested." Harry and Hermione exchanged eager glances, magical experiments temporarily forgotten in favor of fresh apple pie. They hurried to the kitchen, where the warm, spicy aroma enveloped them like a hug. "Perfect timing," Mrs. Granger said, setting the golden-crusted pie on a cooling rack. "Daniel should be home in about 20 minutes, but I don't see why you two can't have a small slice now." "Thanks, Mum," Hermione said, already retrieving plates from the cupboard. Harry stood awkwardly to the side, still not entirely comfortable helping himself in someone else's home. Mrs. Granger noticed his hesitation and smiled warmly. "Harry, would you mind getting the ice cream from the freezer? I think warm pie deserves a scoop of vanilla, don't you?" The small task, so casually assigned, made Harry feel included in a way that still surprised him. "Yes, please," he replied, moving to the freezer with newfound purpose. As they sat at the kitchen table enjoying their pie, Harry marveled at how different this was from mealtimes at Privet Drive, where food was a commodity to be earned through chores and good behavior, not a pleasure to be shared. "How are things at home, Harry?" Mrs. Granger asked gently, sipping her tea. "Your aunt and uncle treating you all right?" The question, asked with genuine concern rather than suspicion, still made Harry tense slightly. He felt Hermione's attention sharpen through their bond, her worry a faint pressure at the edge of his awareness. "Fine," he answered automatically. "Same as always." Mrs. Granger's eyes held his for a moment, seeing more than he was comfortable with. "You know you're always welcome here, don't you? Any time, day or night." "Thank you," Harry mumbled, focusing on his pie to hide the sudden moisture in his eyes. Hermione nudged his foot under the table, a silent show of support. Through their connection, he felt her sending reassurance, a warm pulse that helped steady his emotions. "Actually," Mrs. Granger continued, her tone deliberately casual, "Daniel and I were wondering if you might like to join us for a weekend in the Lake District next month. We've rented a cottage near Windermere, lots of hiking trails, beautiful scenery." Harry froze with his fork halfway to his mouth. "A weekend? Like, staying overnight?" "3 nights, actually," Mrs. Granger clarified. "Friday through Monday. Hermione's school has that teacher training day, so we thought we'd make a long weekend of it." I don't know if my aunt and uncle would allow it," Harry said truthfully, though not allow was putting it mildly. The Dursleys would sooner sprout wings than permit him a holiday with friends. "I'd be happy to speak with them," Mrs. Granger offered. "Parent to parent. We'd take good care of you, of course." The kindness of the offer made Harry's chest ache. The thought of a real holiday, away from Privet Drive, with Hermione and her parents, it was almost too wonderful to imagine. Could I think about it?" he asked, buying time to figure out how to make this possible. "Of course, dear. No rush. The invitation stands whenever you're ready." After finishing their pie, Harry and Hermione returned to the living room to continue their magical practice, but Harry found it difficult to concentrate. The possibility of a weekend away with the Grangers filled his mind, tantalizing and seemingly impossible. "We could make it happen," Hermione said quietly, reading his emotions through their bond. "If you really want to go." Harry sighed, picking up one of the linked stones. "How? You know the Dursleys won't let me. They barely let me come here for the afternoon." "What if?" Hermione hesitated, then continued with determination. "What if they thought you were somewhere else? Somewhere they'd approve of?" Harry raised an eyebrow. Like where? The only place they ever let me go willingly is Mrs. Figg's, and even that's just because they don't want me in the house when Dudley has friends over. Exactly. Hermione's eyes lit up. What if they thought you were at Mrs. Figg's for the weekend? Does she ever keep you overnight? Once or twice, when they've gone to visit Aunt Marge, Harry admitted, beginning to see where she was heading. But Mrs. Figg would tell them if I wasn't actually there. Hermione bit her lip, thinking. What if we talked to Mrs. Figg? Explained the situation? She might help if she knew you'd be with my family. It was a wild plan, bordering on the kind of rule-breaking that normally made Hermione uncomfortable. But the determined set of her jaw told Harry she was serious. You'd do that? He asked, touched by her willingness to bend her principles for his sake. Of course I would. She reached out, taking his marked hand in hers. Through their bond flowed her absolute certainty, her fierce loyalty. You deserve a proper holiday, Harry. You deserve to be happy. The simple declaration, delivered with such conviction, brought a lump to Harry's throat. 8 months ago, he had been alone in the world, resigned to a life of neglect and isolation. Now he had Hermione, brave, brilliant Hermione who believed in him so completely that she made the impossible seem achievable. Okay, he decided. Let's try it. Worst they can do is say no. Hermione beamed, squeezing his hand. We'll make a plan. A proper, detailed plan that accounts for every possibility. Harry laughed, his spirit lifting. Of course we will. I wouldn't expect anything less. Later, as Harry walked home through the gathering dusk, the linked stone safe in his pocket, he felt something he rarely experienced at Privet Drive, hope. Not just the fleeting hope of escaping Dudley's gang for an afternoon or securing an extra slice of toast at breakfast, but deeper hope for a future that might contain genuine happiness. The stone in his pocket seemed to pulse with warmth, a reminder of the connection he shared with Hermione and the magic they were discovering together. Whatever happened with the Lake District plan, he wasn't alone anymore. That knowledge carried him all the way to Privet Drive, a shield against the cold reception that awaited him. As he slipped through the back door, hoping to reach his cupboard without confrontation, Uncle Vernon's voice boomed from the living room. Boy! Get in here! Harry froze, instinctively checking that the stone was well hidden in his pocket. He moved reluctantly toward the living room, where Uncle Vernon sat in his armchair, his face an alarming shade of purple. Yes, Uncle Vernon? Where have you been? His uncle demanded, jowls quivering with anger. At the library, Harry lied smoothly, the excuse they had agreed upon for his visits to Hermione's house. Studying for the maths test on Friday. Don't lie to me, boy. Uncle Vernon surged to his feet, waving a piece of paper. I've had a call from school. They say you've been seen going to that bushy-haired girl's house nearly every day. Harry's stomach dropped. Someone had noticed. Someone had reported back to the Dursleys. I have been studying, he stammered. Hermione helps me with schoolwork. She's top of our class. Hermione, is it? Uncle Vernon's voice was dangerously quiet. Getting quite familiar, aren't we? Making friends without permission? The absurdity of needing permission to have friends might have struck Harry as laughable if the situation weren't so serious. Uncle Vernon's face had progressed from purple to a mottled red that suggested he was close to explosion. She's just a classmate, Harry said, trying to downplay the relationship. She's good at explaining things. Well, you can find someone else to explain things, Uncle Vernon snarled. I won't have you hanging around that house anymore. Who knows what you're telling them about us? Spreading lies, I expect. I'm not. Harry protested, panic rising in his chest. I never say anything about silence. Uncle Vernon roared, slamming his fist on the side table so hard that Aunt Petunia's porcelain figurines rattled. You are forbidden from seeing that girl. Forbidden from going to that house. If I hear you've disobeyed, you'll be locked in your cupboard until Christmas. Do I make myself clear? Harry felt cold all over, as though he'd been plunged into icy water. The thought of not seeing Hermione, of being cut off from the Grangers and their warm home, was unbearable. Yes, Uncle Vernon, he whispered, knowing resistance would only make things worse. Get to your cupboard. No dinner tonight. And give me whatever's in your pocket. Harry's hand instinctively covered the pocket containing the linked stone. It's nothing, just a rock from science class. Hand it over. Uncle Vernon thrust out his meaty palm. Reluctantly, Harry withdrew the stone and placed it in his uncle's hand, feeling a pang of loss as their magical experiment was confiscated. A rock, Uncle Vernon scoffed, examining it suspiciously. Worthless junk, like everything else you care about. Get out of my sight. Harry retreated to his cupboard, hearing the lock click behind him. In the darkness, he curled on his thin mattress, fighting back tears of frustration and loss. Through the bond, he could feel Hermione's growing concern, her awareness that something had gone wrong. I'm okay, he thought fiercely, trying to project reassurance through their connection. Just locked in for the night. The warmth in his palm pulsed in response, carrying Hermione's worry and determination. He focused on that warmth, letting it comfort him as he considered their predicament. Uncle Vernon might have forbidden him from seeing Hermione, but he hadn't forbidden Hermione from coming to him. And he couldn't prevent them from seeing each other at school. More importantly, he couldn't sever the magical bond that connected them, a connection deeper than any deadly prohibition. Harry closed his eyes, concentrating on that bond. We'll figure this out, he thought, hoping the sentiment would reach Hermione. They can't keep us apart forever. Across Little Whinging, in her tidy bedroom surrounded by books, Hermione Granger received his message. Not in words, precisely, but in a feeling of determined optimism that contrasted with the distress she'd sensed earlier. She looked down at the linked stone on her desk, which had stopped moving in synchronization with its partner. Whatever had happened, Harry's stone had been taken or damaged. But their bond remained intact, a connection no one could see or touch or take away. We'll figure it out, she whispered, echoing Harry's thought without realizing it. They can't keep us apart. Neither of them knew just how prophetic those words would prove to be. The weeks that followed were difficult. Uncle Vernon made good on his threat, refusing to let Harry leave Privet Drive except for school. Aunt Petunia assigned endless chores that kept him occupied every weekend and afternoon, always under her sharp-eyed supervision. Even Dudley seemed to have been enlisted in their campaign, shadowing Harry at school and reporting any interactions with that Granger girl. But Harry and Hermione were nothing if not resourceful. They passed notes in class, hidden inside library books that they exchanged during reading time. They developed a system of signals using their magical connection, pulses of emotion that conveyed basic messages like, I'm okay, or meet after school, or be careful, Dudley's watching. They found creative ways to practice magic despite their limited time together, focusing on abilities they could strengthen individually. Most importantly, they refined their plan for the Lake District holiday, which had taken on symbolic importance beyond a simple weekend away. It represented freedom, normalcy, and the possibility of a life beyond the Dursleys' control. Mrs. Figg proved to be an unexpected ally. When Hermione bravely approached her after school one day, explaining the situation and appealing to her sympathy for Harry, the old woman's usual vagueness gave way to surprising sharpness. So they've forbidden the boy from having friends, have they? She had muttered, stroking one of her many cats. Typical. Always knew they were the worst sort of muggles. The casual use of muggles, a term from their magical book, had made both children stare in shock, but Mrs. Figg either didn't notice or chose to ignore their reaction. I'll tell them he's staying with me that weekend, she decided. They'll be glad to be rid of him for a few days. Just make sure he's back by Monday evening, or there'll be questions I can't answer. When Hermione related this conversation to Harry the next day, hiding behind the school gymnasium during lunch break, he could hardly believe it. "She used the word muggles," he repeated, stunned. "Are you sure?" Hermione nodded emphatically. "Absolutely certain." "Harry, do you think, could Mrs. Fig be a witch?" The possibility was startling. Mrs. Fig, with her cabbage-smelling house and endless cat photos, had never seemed remotely magical. If she is, why has she never said anything? Harry wondered. "She's known me since I was little." "Maybe she's not allowed to tell you," Hermione suggested. "Remember what the book said about secrecy? Or maybe she's what they called a squib, someone from a magical family without powers of their own." Whatever the truth, Mrs. Fig's willingness to help secured the Lake District plan. True to her word, she approached Aunt Petunia the following week, mentioning that she needed company for a weekend in November and thought Harry might appreciate the change of scenery. To Harry's amazement, the Dursleys agreed readily, clearly relishing the prospect of a Harry-free weekend. The morning of their departure dawned crisp and clear, a perfect November day. Harry waited anxiously by the front door of Privet Drive, a small backpack containing the few decent clothes he owned slung over his shoulder. Mrs. Fig had arranged to pick him up, ostensibly to take him to her house before their trip. "Remember, boy," Uncle Vernon growled as they waited, "any funny business, any complaints from Mrs. Fig, and you'll regret it." "Yes, Uncle Vernon," Harry replied automatically, his mind already miles away, with Hermione and the adventure ahead. Mrs. Fig arrived precisely on time, nodding curtly to the Dursleys before ushering Harry into her ancient car. They drove in silence until Privet Drive was well behind them, then took an unexpected turn toward Willow Road. "Mrs. Fig?" Harry questioned, recognizing the route to Hermione's house. "Best get you directly to your real destination," Mrs. Fig said, her usual vagueness absent. "The Grangers are expecting you by 9, aren't they? For the drive north?" Harry nodded, studying her profile with new curiosity. "Mrs. Fig, do you know about magic?" She glanced at him briefly before returning her eyes to the road. "Yes, Mr. Potter. I know all about it." The formal address, so at odds with her usual manner, made Harry sit up straighter. "Are you a witch, then?" Mrs. Fig's lips twitched in what might have been a smile. "No, I'm what's known as a squib, born to magical parents but without magical abilities myself. I was placed in Little Whinging to keep an eye on you." "Keep an eye on me?" Harry repeated, confused. "Why?" "That's not for me to explain," she replied, turning onto Willow Road. "You'll learn everything in good time. For now, enjoy your holiday with the Grangers. They seem like good people." "They are," Harry confirmed. "The best. And that girl, Hermione." Mrs. Fig's expression softened. "She reminds me of someone I used to know. Brilliant, determined. A good friend to have." "The best," Harry said again, feeling the familiar warmth in his palm at the thought of Hermione. Mrs. Fig's eyes flickered to his hand, then back to the road. "That mark," she said quietly. "How long have you had it?" Harry instinctively covered his palm with his other hand. "Since summer. When we first met." Mrs. Fig nodded as though this confirmed something she'd suspected. "The bond of protection. Rare, very rare. I thought I recognized the signs." "You know about our bond?" Harry leaned forward eagerly. "The book didn't explain much. Just that it's rare and powerful." "It is indeed." Mrs. Fig pulled up outside the Granger's house. "And not something I'm qualified to discuss. But others will be, when the time comes." Before Harry could ask more questions, the front door of the Granger home flew open, and Hermione came running out, her face alight with excitement. Through their bond, Harry felt her joy and anticipation washing over him like warm sunshine. You're here!" she exclaimed, reaching the car just as Harry stepped out. "I was getting worried." "Right on time, actually," Mrs. Figg noted with amusement. "Off you go, then. Remember, back by Monday evening. I'll collect you from here at 6. As Harry grabbed his backpack and joined Hermione, Mrs. Figg called after them, "And Mr. Potter? Do be careful with that bond of yours. It's more significant than you realize." With that cryptic warning, she drove away, leaving Harry staring after her with more questions than answers. "What did she mean?" Hermione asked, having overheard the parting comment. "I'm not sure," Harry admitted. "But she knows about magic, Hermione. She confirmed it. She's something called a squib, and she was placed in Little Whinging specifically to watch over me." Hermione's eyes widened. "By whom? Why would you need watching?" "She wouldn't say. Just that we'd learn everything in good time." "How mysterious," Hermione mused. "But at least we know we're not imagining things. There really is a wizarding world out there, and they know about us." The validation of their hopes sent a thrill of excitement through both of them, amplified by their bond until they were grinning at each other like fools. "Come on," Hermione said, grabbing his hand. "Mom and Dad are loading the car. We're about to have the best weekend ever." The Lake District holiday exceeded every expectation Harry had dared to form. For 3 glorious days, he experienced what it felt like to be part of a normal, loving family. The Grangers treated him not as an unwanted burden but as a welcome addition to their adventures. They hiked through stunning landscapes of mountains and lakes, Mr. Granger pointing out interesting geological features while Mrs. Granger identified local flora and fauna. They ate picnic lunches on hillsides overlooking vast stretches of water that shimmered in the autumn sunlight. In the evenings, they played board games in the cozy cottage they'd rented, laughing together as Mr. Granger told terrible jokes and Mrs. Granger pretended to be appalled by them. Throughout it all, Harry found himself included in small, meaningful ways, asked for his opinion, encouraged to choose activities, photographed alongside the Grangers as though he belonged with them. When Mrs. Granger handed him a brand new sweater, because the evenings get chilly up here, he had to turn away to hide the tears that sprang to his eyes. On their final evening, after a day spent exploring the shores of Lake Windermere, Harry and Hermione sat on the cottage porch while the Grangers prepared dinner inside. The sun was setting over the mountains, painting the sky in brilliant oranges and pinks reflected in the still surface of the distant lake. "I wish we could stay here forever," Harry said softly, reluctant to shatter the peaceful moment with words. Hermione, sitting close beside him on the wooden bench, nodded in understanding. "It's been perfect, hasn't it? Better than perfect." Harry gazed out at the stunning landscape. "I never knew places like this existed. Never thought I'd get to see them." "You will," Hermione said with certainty. "We'll see all sorts of places, Harry. This is just the beginning." Her confidence warmed him, as it always did. Hermione spoke of their future as something shared, something bright with possibility, and when she did, Harry could almost believe it. "Thank you," he said, turning to face her. "For everything. For being my friend, for sharing your family, for—" He gestured vaguely at his palm, where the mark glowed softly in the fading light. "For this." Hermione smiled, her eyes reflecting the sunset. "You don't have to thank me for any of that. Especially not the bond. I think that was meant to happen, Harry. Like we were supposed to find each other." The idea resonated with something deep inside him. Mrs. Figg said it was significant. "More than we realize." "We'll figure it out," Hermione said, her standard response to magical mysteries. "Together." As darkness fell and they were called in for dinner, Harry held that moment close, the sunset, Hermione's certainty, the promise of a shared future. Whatever came next, whatever Mrs. Figg had hinted at, they would face it together. The return to reality after such a perfect weekend was harsh. Privet Drive seemed smaller and grimmer than ever, the Dursleys' casual cruelty more glaring by contrast with the Grangers' kindness. But Harry found himself better equipped to endure it, carrying the memory of the Lake District like a talisman against despair. The weeks leading up to Christmas brought new challenges. Uncle Vernon remained adamant about keeping Harry away from the Grangers, going so far as to collect him directly from school several days a week to ensure compliance. But their bond provided communication no Dursley could intercept, and Harry's growing magical abilities gave him small advantages in navigating life at Privet Drive. He discovered, for instance, that he could unlock his cupboard without touching the door, allowing nocturnal exploration of the house while the Dursleys slept. He found he could subtly influence objects around him, making Dudley trip over seemingly nothing when he attempted to shove Harry into walls, causing Vernon's car keys to disappear when he was particularly enraged, easing the burden of chores with minor levitation spells. Hermione, meanwhile, continued her methodical research into magic, filling notebooks with observations and theories. Through their brief meetings at school and the emotional communication provided by their bond, they shared discoveries and planned new experiments. By the time Harry's 9th birthday arrived in July, their magical repertoire had expanded significantly. Together, they could now perform controlled transformations that lasted for days rather than hours. They could move objects with greater precision, control temperature in small areas, and even influence simple electronics. Most impressively, they had developed a form of silent communication that went beyond mere emotions, not quite telepathy, but a sharing of impressions and images that served a similar purpose. The summer brought both freedom and frustration. Freedom because school holidays meant less direct supervision from Dudley, who preferred to spend his days with his gang rather than reporting Harry's movements. Frustration because Uncle Vernon had arranged for Mrs. Figg to watch Harry almost daily, limiting his opportunities to meet with Hermione. What Vernon didn't know, and what Mrs. Figg conveniently failed to mention, was that she had no objection to Hermione visiting her house while Harry was there. In fact, she seemed to encourage their friendship, watching their interactions with a curious combination of concern and approval. "You're progressing remarkably fast," she commented one afternoon in late July, after observing them practicing a complex transformation spell in her garden. "Self-taught magic is usually more erratic." "Is it dangerous?" Hermione asked, always conscious of potential risks. "What we're doing?" Mrs. Figg considered this, stroking one of her cats thoughtfully. "Not dangerous, precisely, but unusual. Your bond accelerates the learning process, allows you to stabilize each other's magic. Without formal training, that's rare." "When will we get formal training?" Harry asked, voicing the question that had plagued them both for months. "You said we'd learn everything in good time, but it's been almost a year since we discovered magic. Patience, Mr. Potter." Mrs. Figg's tone was not unkind but firm. "The wizarding world operates on its own schedule. But I can tell you this, preparations are being made. You haven't been forgotten." This cryptic reassurance had to suffice. As summer progressed into autumn and then winter, bringing with it Harry's 10th birthday and another Christmas spent watching Dudley unwrap mountains of presents, their magical practice continued in secret. The bond between them strengthened with each passing month, becoming so integral to Harry's existence that he could scarcely remember life without it. Hermione's presence in the back of his mind was a constant comfort, her curiosity, her determination, her unwavering loyalty a counterbalance to the Dursleys' coldness. By the spring of their 10th year, they had developed a routine that maximized their time together despite ongoing restrictions. School provided daily contact, Mrs. Figg's house offered weekend sanctuary, and occasional educational outings organized by the Grangers gave them precious hours of freedom. Through it all, they continued to learn and grow, both as individuals and as a bonded pair. It was during one such educational outing, a trip to the British Museum in London, that something extraordinary happened. They had separated briefly from the elder Grangers, who had given them permission to explore the Egyptian exhibit while they visited the café. Harry and Hermione stood before a glass case containing ancient papyri covered in hieroglyphics, admiring the intricate symbols. I wonder if ancient Egyptians had magic, Hermione mused, leaning closer to examine a particular scroll. Some of these look like spell instructions. Harry nodded, about to respond when a strange sensation prickled at the edge of his awareness. A feeling of being watched, combined with an odd resonance in the mark on his palm. He turned slowly, scanning the crowded gallery. His eyes settled on a tall figure standing near a statue of Anubis, a man with long black hair, sallow skin, and the most penetrating gaze Harry had ever encountered. The man was staring directly at them, his dark eyes focused particularly on their hands, where both Harry and Hermione had unconsciously been rubbing their marked palms. "Hermione," Harry whispered, nudging her gently. "Don't look now, but I think that man by the Anubis statue is watching us." Naturally, Hermione immediately looked. The man didn't flinch or look away when caught staring. Instead, he inclined his head slightly, as though confirming something to himself, then turned and walked purposefully toward the exit. "Harry, look at his clothes," Hermione hissed. Beneath the man's open coat, Harry glimpsed what appeared to be robes, not the casual kind, but formal garments of deep black that swept the floor as he walked. Decidedly not typical museum attire. Without discussing it, they both began to follow, drawn by an instinct neither could explain. The mark on Harry's palm tingled more intensely with each step, as though responding to proximity. The man moved swiftly through the museum galleries, never looking back but somehow conveying the impression that he knew exactly where they were. He led them to a quiet corner of the medieval exhibit, then stopped beside a glass case containing what appeared to be ancient manuscripts. As they cautiously approached, he spoke without turning, his voice low and precise. "Mr. Potter. Miss Granger. I would advise against following strangers through crowded museums. It demonstrates a concerning lack of caution." Harry froze, heart hammering in his chest. The man knew their names. "Who are you?" Hermione demanded, her voice admirably steady despite the tremor Harry could feel through their bond. "How do you know who we are?" The man turned then, his dark eyes assessing them with clinical detachment. "My name is Professor Severus Snape. As for how I know you..." His gaze flickered to their hands. "Your magical signature is rather distinctive. Particularly when amplified by that unusual bond you share." Magical signature. The words hung in the air between them, confirmation of everything they had hoped and suspected. "You're a wizard," Harry said, the realization bursting from him. "A real wizard." Professor Snape's expression remained impassive. "Indeed. As are you, Mr. Potter, though woefully uninformed about your heritage. And Miss Granger appears to be a witch of considerable natural talent, despite her Muggle parentage." Hermione bristled slightly at his tone, but her excitement overrode any offense. "Then there is a wizarding world." "We were right. Your deductive skills are impressive," Snape said dryly. "Yes, Miss Granger, there is a wizarding world, one which has been aware of both of you for some time." "Then why hasn't anyone contacted us?" Harry asked, unable to keep a note of accusation from his voice. "We've been waiting for over 2 years." Something flickered across Snape's face, surprise, perhaps, or re-evaluation. 2 years? You've been aware of your abilities for that long? Harry and Hermione exchanged glances, communicating silently through their bond. "Since we were 8, Hermione confirmed. "When our bond formed." Snape's eyes narrowed. "Interesting. The monitoring systems should have detected such significant magical activity. Yet the record shows only occasional minor incidents, consistent with normal pre-educational manifestations." "We've been careful," Harry explained. "Practicing mostly at Mrs. Figg's house, or in places where we wouldn't be noticed." "Arabella Figg," Snape murmured, a new understanding dawning in his eyes. "Of course. The location would shield your activities from conventional detection." "Professor Snape," Hermione said, stepping forward with characteristic determination. Why are you here now? Why approach us today? The professor straightened, assuming a more formal posture. I am here on behalf of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. In normal circumstances, you would receive official communication on your 11th birthdays. However, He gestured vaguely at their hands. Situation presents certain complexities that warranted earlier intervention. Hogwarts, Harry repeated, the name sending a thrill through him. The magical school from the book. Snape raised an eyebrow. Book? We found a book about magical bonds, Hermione explained eagerly. It mentioned Hogwarts, but didn't explain how to find it. I see. Snape's expression was unreadable. That explains some of your accelerated development. Most children your age have not yet attempted directed magic. He reached into his coat and withdrew 2 sealed envelopes, handing one to each of them. Harry stared at his in disbelief, running his fingers over the heavy parchment and the wax seal bearing an ornate letter H, surrounded by 4 animals. These are preliminary acceptance letters, Snape explained. Normally sent only to those requiring special attention, Muggle-born students like Miss Granger, or those in unusual living situations. The way his eyes lingered on Harry suggested he knew more about the Dursleys than was comfortable. The full admittance letters, containing supply lists and detailed instructions, will follow on your 11th birthdays. In the meantime, these serve as official confirmation of your magical status and future enrollment at Hogwarts. Harry opened his envelope with trembling fingers, unfolding the parchment inside to reveal elegant script: Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore, Order of Merlin, First Class, Grand Source, CHF, Warlock, Supreme Mugwump, International Confide, of Wizards, Dear Mr. Potter, we are pleased to inform you that you have a place reserved at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. As a child of magical heritage, your enrollment has been anticipated since birth. Please note that formal admission details will be provided closer to the commencement of your education, upon your 11th birthday. In light of special circumstances, this preliminary notification is being delivered personally by a Hogwarts representative, who will address any immediate questions you may have regarding your magical status. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall. Deputy Headmistress Hermione was reading her own letter, which appeared similar though Harry suspected it contained different wording given her non-magical background. Her face shone with delight and vindication. It's real, she whispered. It's all real, Harry. Indeed it is, Snape confirmed, watching their reactions with an inscrutable expression. And your bond complicates matters in ways you cannot yet appreciate. What do you mean? Harry asked, looking up from his letter. Is our bond unusual even in the wizarding world? The bond of protection is exceedingly rare, Snape replied, his tone carefully neutral. The fact that it manifested between 2 untrained children, without direction or knowledge of its significance. He paused, seeming to choose his words with precision. It suggests a connection deeper than ordinary magic. One that will require careful monitoring and guidance. Is it dangerous? Hermione asked, unconsciously echoing her earlier question to Mrs. Figg. Not inherently, Snape said. But powerful magic always carries risks, particularly when wielded by those lacking proper instruction. Then teach us, Harry suggested impulsively. Now, before we start school. If our bond is so important, patience, Mr. Potter, Snape interrupted, sounding remarkably like Mrs. Figg. All in good time. For now, continue your studies, but exercise caution. Your preliminary letters confer a certain legal protection for reasonable magical practice, but significant violations of the statute of secrecy would still have consequences. He glanced at his watch, a curiously old-fashioned timepiece that seemed to have several extra hands. I must return to Hogwarts. Professor Dumbledore will want a full report. Wait. Hermione called as he turned to leave. How do we contact the wizarding world if we have questions? Where do we get spell books and wands? Snape paused, considering. For the moment, Arabella Figg remains your point of contact. She has been instructed to provide basic guidance until your official admittance process begins. As for supplies, that will be addressed in your formal letters. With a nod that might have been respect, or at least acknowledgement, he turned to go. Then, seemingly as an afterthought, he added, your bond should not be demonstrated openly, even among wizards. Its nature will attract attention. Not all of it welcome. Before they could ask what he meant, Professor Snape strode away, his black robes billowing behind him as he disappeared into the crowded gallery. Harry and Hermione stood motionless, letters in hand, trying to process what had just occurred. Around them, museum visitors continued their leisurely explorations, utterly unaware of the momentous revelation that had just taken place in their midst. Harry, Hermione whispered finally, clutching her letter to her chest. We did it. We found the wizarding world. Or it found us, Harry amended, smiling despite the lingering questions Snape's warning had raised. Either way, we're going to Hogwarts. They returned to the Egyptian gallery in a daze, finding the elder Grangers examining a mummy case with academic interest. There you are. Mrs. Granger exclaimed. Find anything interesting? Harry and Hermione exchanged conspiratorial glances, the letters safely tucked away in their pockets. You have no idea, Hermione replied, barely suppressing a grin. The rest of the day passed in a blur, both children maintaining an outward appearance of normal interest in the museum exhibits while internally buzzing with excitement. Through their bond, they shared wordless jubilation, occasionally brushing hands to send pulses of shared joy between them. Only when they were safely in the back seat of the Grangers' car, heading home with both adults engaged in discussion about an upcoming dental conference, did they dare to whisper about what had happened. We need to tell my parents, Hermione murmured, keeping her voice low. About magic, about Hogwarts, everything. Harry nodded, though anxiety flickered through him at the thought. Do you think they'll believe us? They'll have to, Hermione said practically. We have the letters. And Professor Snape said my formal letter will come on my birthday, that's only a few months away. We can show them then, with all the official information. What about the Dursleys? Harry asked, the question that had been nagging at him since Snape's departure. They hate anything abnormal. They'll never let me go to a school for magic. Hermione's expression turned fierce, a protective determination flowing through their bond. They won't have a choice. Professor Snape said our letters give us legal protection. That must mean the wizarding world has ways of ensuring magical children receive proper education, even if their guardians object. Harry wasn't convinced, but Hermione's certainty was comforting. He fingered the letter in his pocket, still hardly able to believe it was real. What do you think Professor Snape meant about our bond attracting unwelcome attention? He asked after a moment. Hermione bit her lip thoughtfully. I'm not sure. But the book did say the bond of protection is rare and powerful. Maybe some people would want to use that power somehow. Or study us? The prospect was unsettling. Harry had spent his life trying to avoid attention, particularly the negative kind. The thought of being scrutinized for his connection with Hermione made him instinctively protective. We'll be careful, he decided. Like Snape said. We don't have to tell everyone about the bond right away. Agreed, Hermione said. We'll learn more about the wizarding world first, understand what we're dealing with before we reveal everything. As the car approached Little Whinging, Harry felt a curious mixture of emotions, elation about the confirmation of everything they'd suspected, anxiety about the Dursleys' reaction, and a deep, unshakable confidence that whatever came next, he and Hermione would face it together. The following months passed in a whirlwind of anticipation and preparation. True to their word, they approached Mrs. Figg with their Hogwarts letters, confirming her role as their temporary liaison to the wizarding world. About time they made contact, she had muttered, examining the letters with a knowing eye. I've been telling Dumbledore for months that you two were advancing too quickly to wait for the standard procedure. With Mrs. Figg's guidance, they began a more structured approach to understanding magic, using materials she happened to have lying around, basic magical theory texts disguised as ordinary books, simple potion ingredients stored in cooking containers, and a wealth of knowledge about wizarding customs and history. The statute of secrecy is our most important law, she explained during one of their lessons. It keeps the magical world hidden from muggles, non-magical folk. That's why we have to be so careful about where and when you practice. She taught them the basics of wizarding currency, the general structure of magical government, and the importance of Hogwarts in British wizarding society. Most valuably, she prepared them for the culture shock they would experience upon fully entering the magical world. It's different from the Muggle world in ways you can't yet imagine, she warned. Technologies you take for granted don't exist or work differently. Social customs, historical references, even humor, all of it shaped by centuries of magical development separate from Muggle society. For Harry, perhaps the most startling revelation came when Mrs. Figg explained his personal significance in the wizarding world. "You're famous, Mr. Potter," she said one rainy afternoon as they sat in her living room, several cats purring contentedly around them. "Known to every witch and wizard in Britain, and many beyond." "Famous?" Harry repeated incredulously. "For what?" Mrs. Figg's expression grew solemn. "For surviving. For being the boy who lived when no one else did, the night he who must not be named tried to kill you." "Kill me?" Harry's hand unconsciously rose to the lightning-shaped scar on his forehead, a feature he had never given much thought to beyond the Dursleys' explanation of a car crash. "There was no car crash, was there?" he asked quietly, the pieces suddenly fitting together. "No," Mrs. Figg confirmed gently. "Your parents were murdered by the most powerful dark wizard of our time. A man so feared that most still won't speak his name. When he turned his wand on you, something extraordinary happened. His curse rebounded, apparently destroying him while leaving you with only that scar." Harry sat in stunned silence, trying to process this revelation. Beside him, Hermione reached for his hand, sending waves of support and shared shock through their bond. "That's why you were placed with the Dursleys," Mrs. Figg continued. "For protection, and to keep you from the fame and attention that would have followed you in the wizarding world." "Some protection," Harry muttered, thinking of the cupboard, the hunger, the years of neglect. Mrs. Figg's eyes flashed with something like regret. "I have raised concerns about your treatment, Mr. Potter. Repeatedly. But there are magical protections in place at Privet Drive. Powerful ones that depend on your residence there. The decision was made that your physical safety outweighed other considerations." "Who decided that?" Hermione asked sharply, her indignation on Harry's behalf flowing freely through their bond. "Who left Harry with people who hate him?" "That is a question for Professor Dumbledore," Mrs. Figg replied, her tone suggesting the topic was closed for now. "You'll meet him at Hogwarts." The conversation left Harry with a complex tangle of emotions, anger at being left with the Dursleys, confusion about his apparent fame, and a deep, aching loss for the parents he could barely remember. But it also provided context for the life he had led and the unusual interest the wizarding world seemed to take in him. More importantly, it prepared him for what awaited at Hogwarts. When his 11th birthday approached in July, he was ready, as ready as anyone could be, to step fully into the magical world that had claimed him. July 31st dawned hot and humid, the air heavy with anticipation. Harry woke early in his cupboard, knowing that today would bring his official Hogwarts letter. Through their bond, he could feel Hermione's excitement matching his own, a bright pulse of joy that transcended the distance between them. The sound of the mail slot clicking and letters flopping onto the doormat sent his heart racing. Moving with unusual eagerness, he slipped out of his cupboard and headed for the front door, determined to intercept his letter before the Dursleys could. But Uncle Vernon was already there, sorting through the morning mail with his usual disgruntled expression. "Bills, bills," he muttered, tossing envelopes onto the hall table. Then he paused, staring at something in his hands with growing alarm. Harry knew instantly what it was. The same heavy parchment, the same wax seal that had adorned his preliminary letter. His Hogwarts acceptance, in Uncle Vernon's meaty fist. "What's that?" Harry asked, trying to sound casual while moving closer. Vernon's head snapped up, his small eyes narrowing with suspicion. "Nothing. Nothing that concerns you." He stuffed the letter into his jacket pocket, but not before Harry glimpsed his own name written in emerald green ink. "That had my name on it," he said, abandoning pretense. "It's my letter." "Nonsense," Vernon barked, color rising in his face. "Who'd be writing to you?" The question hung in the air between them, loaded with implications. Harry considered his options. He could demand the letter, but that would likely end in punishment without success. He could wait for another copy, surely Hogwarts would send a replacement if they received no response. Or... He focused on the pocket containing his letter, reaching for the magic that had become so familiar over the past 3 years. With Hermione's help, he had practiced summoning objects across increasing distances. Never something from a person's pocket, but the principle should be the same. "Come to me," he thought intently, visualizing the letter sliding free and floating into his waiting hand. "You're mine. Come." For a moment, nothing happened. Then Vernon gave a startled yelp as the letter wriggled in his pocket like a living thing, working its way upward until it burst free and shot through the air directly into Harry's outstretched hand. "Boy!" Vernon roared, lunging forward with surprising speed. "Give that here." But Harry was already running, clutching his prize and racing toward the back door. He had never used magic so openly in front of the Dursleys, never challenged their authority so directly. He knew the consequences would be severe, but the letter, his letter, was worth the risk. He burst into the back garden, Vernon's thundering footsteps close behind. Without conscious thought, his mind reached for Hermione through their bond, a wordless plea for support. Her response was immediate, a surge of determination and focus that melded with his own magic, strengthening it despite the distance between them. Harry felt the familiar warmth spread from his marked palm throughout his body, and suddenly he was moving faster than should have been possible, practically flying across the garden and vaulting over the fence. He didn't stop running until he reached the park, their park, where everything had begun 3 years ago. Only then did he pause, gasping for breath, to examine his prize. The envelope was addressed in emerald green ink, Mr. H. Potter, the cupboard under the stairs, 4 Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey. The precision of the address sent a chill through him. They knew where he slept. They knew about the cupboard, yet had done nothing to change his situation. Pushing aside this troubling thought, he broke the seal and unfolded the parchment within. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore, Order of Merlin, First Class, Grand Source, CHF, Warlock, Supreme Mugwump, International Confide, of Wizards. Dear Mr. Potter, we are pleased to confirm your place at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Please find enclosed a list of all necessary books and equipment. Term begins on September 1st. We await your owl by no later than July 31st. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. A second page listed required supplies, robes, books, a wand, a cauldron, and various other magical items Harry had no idea how to obtain. And what did they mean, we await your owl? Before he could ponder this further, the bond tingled with Hermione's focused attention. Not just emotional support now, but a clear message formed in his mind: meet at Mrs. Figg's. Now. Bring the letter. Harry didn't hesitate. Mrs. Figg would know what to do, how to respond to Hogwarts, how to handle the Dursleys' inevitable rage. He set off at a run, the precious letter clutched tightly in his hand. Mrs. Figg's house was only a few streets away from the park, a journey Harry had made countless times over the past 3 years. As he approached, he saw Hermione already waiting on the front step, her own letter in hand. "Harry," she called, rushing to meet him. "You got yours too. Isn't it wonderful?" "My parents were so surprised, Even though I'd warned them it was coming, they didn't quite believe it until they saw the official letter with all the details. Her excitement was infectious, momentarily pushing aside Harry's concerns about the Dursleys. "It's brilliant," he agreed, showing her his copy. "But I had to use magic to get it away from Uncle Vernon. He tried to keep it from me." Hermione's expression darkened. "He had no right. It's addressed to you." "I know, but..." The front door opened, revealing Mrs. Figg in a floral dressing gown, her grey hair in curlers. "Inside, both of you," she said briskly. "Quickly now." They followed her into the familiar cabbage-scented living room, where she gestured for them to sit while she peered anxiously out the window. "I expected something like this," she muttered. "Vernon Dursley was never going to accept your letter peacefully. That's why I arranged for backup." "Backup?" Harry questioned. As if in answer, a tremendous knock shook the front door, so powerful that the entire house seemed to vibrate. Mrs. Figg hurried to answer it, leaving Harry and Hermione exchanging bewildered glances. A moment later, the living room doorway was filled with the largest man Harry had ever seen. Well over 8 feet tall and nearly as wide, with a wild tangle of black hair and beard framing a face that was somehow both fierce and kind. "There ya are, Harry," the giant exclaimed, beaming at him with obvious delight. "Last time I saw ya was only a baby. Ya look like your dad, but ye've got your mom's eyes." Harry stared up at him, speechless with shock. This enormous stranger not only knew him but had apparently known his parents. "Allow me to introduce Rubeus Hagrid," Mrs. Figg said, looking tiny beside the massive figure. "Keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts, and your official escort into the wizarding world." "Pleased ter meet ya properly," Hagrid said, extending a hand the size of a trash can lid toward Harry, then turning to Hermione with equal warmth. "And you must be Hermione Granger. Heard all about ya both from Professor Dumbledore." As they shook hands with the gentle giant, Harry felt the last pieces falling into place. This was it, the real beginning of their journey into the magical world. Not the discovery of their bond, not the preliminary letters, not even today's official acceptance, but this moment, meeting their first true representative of Hogwarts. "I've got your school letters, I see," Hagrid continued, spotting the parchment in their hands. "Got all your questions about where ter goin', how ter buy your school things, I expect. Well, that's why I'm here. Gonna take ya to Diagon Alley, get all your supplies in one go." "Today?" Hermione asked eagerly. "If you're ready," Hagrid confirmed with a smile. "Already spoke to your parents, Miss Granger. They're expectin' us to pick ya up first, then head ter London together." "What about the Dursleys?" Harry asked, the thrill of adventure dampened by the reality of his home situation. "Uncle Vernon was furious when I took my letter. He'll never agree to let me go shopping for wizarding supplies." Hagrid's expression darkened slightly, his bushy eyebrows drawing together. "Don't you worry about Vernon Dursley. Professor Dumbledore sent him a letter of his own, explainin' the situation in terms even he can understand. You'll be attendin' Hogwarts, Harry. That's not negotiable." The firm assurance lifted a weight from Harry's shoulders. For the first time, he allowed himself to fully believe it. He was leaving Privet Drive, escaping the Dursleys' control to enter a world where he belonged. "Now then," Hagrid said, his good humor returning as he pulled an owl from one of his many coat pockets, a actual, living owl that blinked sleepily at them. "Let's get those acceptance responses sent off, and then we're off ter Diagon Alley. You two got the most important shoppin' day of your lives ahead." As they scribbled hasty acceptance notes and attached them to the owl's leg under Hagrid's instruction, Harry and Hermione exchanged glances brimming with shared excitement. Through their bond flowed a current of pure joy, a perfect harmony of emotion that needed no words. Whatever lay ahead in Diagon Alley, whatever challenges awaited at Hogwarts, they would face it together, bound by magic, friendship, and the promise of a future brighter than either could have imagined 3 years ago in a sun-drenched park in Little Whinging. The journey to Diagon Alley was an adventure in itself. After collecting Hermione's parents, who appeared both nervous and excited about entering the magical world, Hagrid led them to London on what he called Muggle transport, though Harry suspected the unusually empty train carriage and the way tickets seemed to materialize in Hagrid's enormous hand involved some magical assistance. Throughout the journey, Hagrid regaled them with stories of Hogwarts, painting a picture of the castle that would become their home for 7 years. Hermione asked dozens of questions, each answered with Hagrid's characteristic enthusiasm if not always with complete technical accuracy. "You'll love Hogwarts," he assured them as they walked through London toward their mysterious destination. "Best place in the world, it is. For houses, Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. You'll be sorted when ya arrive, find out where ya belong." "How are students sorted?" Hermione asked, practically skipping with excitement. Hagrid winked conspiratorially. "That's a surprise for Fur's years. Tradition, see?" Eventually they reached a shabby-looking pub called the Leaky Cauldron, invisible to Muggle passers-by but clearly visible to Harry and Hermione, who had been unconsciously strengthening each other's magical perception through their bond for years. "Famous place, the Leaky Cauldron," Hagrid informed them as they entered the dark, somewhat grimy establishment. Inside, Harry experienced his first taste of wizarding fame. The barkeeper recognized him immediately, causing a ripple effect as other patrons realized Harry Potter had entered their midst. He endured handshakes and expressions of gratitude with growing discomfort, grateful for Hermione's steady presence at his side and the protective bulk of Hagrid shepherding them through the crowd. "Told ya you was famous," Hagrid murmured as they finally escaped into a small courtyard behind the pub. "Shoulda warned ya it might be like that." "It's okay," Harry said, though it wasn't, not really. Being stared at, whispered about, touched by strangers, it was exactly the kind of attention he'd spent his life avoiding. Hermione squeezed his hand briefly, sending comfort through their bond. Her parents looked somewhat bewildered by the entire exchange, clearly struggling to reconcile this new information about their daughter's friend. "He defeated a dark wizard as a baby?" Mr. Granger asked as Hagrid counted bricks in the courtyard wall. "How is that possible?" "No one knows, exactly," Hagrid replied, tapping a particular brick with his pink umbrella. "That's what makes Harry special." Before further questions could be asked, the wall transformed, bricks rearranging themselves to create an archway revealing the most extraordinary street Harry had ever seen. "Welcome," Hagrid announced with evident pride, to Diagon Alley. The alley stretched before them, cobblestoned and winding, lined with the most fascinating shops imaginable. Cauldrons stacked outside one establishment glinted in the sunlight, owls hooted from cages displayed at a magical menagerie, elaborate robes swirled in the window of a clothing shop, books, thousands of books, filled the windows of a multi-story bookstore that made Hermione's eyes widen with delight. And the people. Witches and wizards of all ages moved through the alley, dressed in robes of every color, some wearing pointed hats, others carrying packages that emitted strange noises or puffs of colored smoke. The air buzzed with magic and conversation, with the unfamiliar names of potions, ingredients and spellbooks and magical creatures. "It's wonderful," Hermione breathed, her face alight with wonder. "It's home," Harry replied softly, understanding now what Mrs. Figg had meant about the wizarding world being fundamentally different from the Muggle one. This wasn't just a hidden street, it was a glimpse into an entire parallel society, one where he and Hermione naturally belonged. "First stop, Gringotts," Hagrid announced, pointing toward an imposing white marble building that towered over the smaller shops. "Wizarding Bank. Need ter get money for your supplies." Inside Gringotts, Harry received his second shock of the day, the discovery that his parents had left him a considerable fortune, a vault filled with gold galleons, silver sickles, and bronze nuts. The goblins who ran the bank treated him with the same efficient service they provided all customers, a refreshing change from the fawning attention at the Leaky Cauldron. For Hermione's family, Hagrid helped exchange Muggle currency for wizarding coins, explaining the conversion rates with surprising accuracy for someone who had earlier struggled to count correct change for the train. 17 silver sickles to a galleon, 29 nuts to a sickle, he recited as they exited the bank. Seems complicated at first, but yeah, get used to it. With money pouches substantially heavier, they set about acquiring their school supplies. They purchased cauldrons and telescopes, scales and files. They were fitted for robes at Madame Malkin's, where Harry narrowly avoided an unpleasant encounter with a pale, pointed-faced boy who made disparaging remarks about Muggleborns, until he noticed the way Harry and Hermione's robes seemed to shimmer slightly when they stood near each other, at which point he fell into a curious silence. They spent nearly an hour in flourish and blots, where Hermione had to be practically dragged away from the shelves, her arms already full of required textbooks and several additional volumes on magical theory and Hogwarts history. "We can come back before term starts," her father promised, looking both amused and concerned at the prospect of financing his daughter's newfound magical literary appetite. Through it all, Harry and Hermione maintained physical proximity, their bond humming with shared excitement and occasional flashes of insight. When Harry instinctively reached for a particular potion's ingredient at the apothecary, Hermione knew without being told that it was the correct choice. When Hermione hesitated between two sets of brass scales, Harry nudged her toward the one that felt right to both of them. Hagrid noticed these moments of synchronicity, watching them with a thoughtful expression but making no comment. The Grangers, too, observed their daughter's connection with Harry with growing curiosity, though they waited until they were seated at Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor for a brief rest before addressing it directly. "You two seem to communicate without words sometimes, Mrs. Granger noted, carefully casual as she spooned up chocolate and raspberry ice cream. "Has that always been the case?" Harry and Hermione exchanged glances, having anticipated this question eventually. Through their bond, they quickly agreed on honesty, limited, but honest. "We have a magical connection," Hermione explained, showing her palm where the mark was visible if one knew to look for it. "It formed when we first met, when Harry was being bullied and I wanted to protect him." "The bond of protection," Hagrid murmured, recognition dawning in his eyes. "Blimey, I thought that was just a story. Dumbledore mentioned you two had a special connection, but I didn't realize." "Is it common?" Mr. Granger asked, examining his daughter's palm with professional interest. "No, sir," Hagrid replied seriously. "It's one of the rarest magical bonds there is. Only forms between two people with a natural magical affinity for each other, and only in moments of genuine need. It helps us sense each other's feelings," Harry added, carefully omitting the more extraordinary abilities they had developed. "And we can tell when the other is in danger." "Has been dead useful with those Dursleys," Hermione muttered, earning a reproving look from her mother for the uncharitable comment. The Grangers absorbed this information with the same thoughtful consideration they had shown toward everything magical they had encountered today. After a moment, Mr. Granger nodded slowly. "Well, that explains quite a bit about the last few years," he said wryly. "The way you always seemed to know when Harry needed help, the times you'd suddenly insist on going to the park or to Mrs. Figg's house. You're not upset?" Hermione asked tentatively. Mrs. Granger reached across the table to take her daughter's hand. "Darling, we've spent the day watching paintings move and staircases change direction. A magical connection between two friends seems relatively straightforward by comparison." The simple acceptance brought tears to Harry's eyes, which he hastily blinked away. The Grangers' consistent kindness, their willingness to embrace the extraordinary without fear or judgment, reminded him yet again how different they were from the family he had grown up with. "Right then," Hagrid said, checking a large gold pocket watch. "2 more stops, wands and pets, if ya want 'em. Ollivander's first, I think. No finer wandmaker anywhere." Ollivander's proved to be a narrow, dusty shop with a strange, hushed atmosphere that made the hairs on Harry's arms stand up. Mr. Ollivander himself was a pale-eyed, somewhat unsettling old man who remembered every wand he had ever sold, including, he informed Harry in reverent tones, the wands purchased by James and Lily Potter, and the wand that had given Harry his scar. "I'm sorry to say I sold the wand that did it," he said softly. 13.5 inches. You. Powerful wand, very powerful, and in the wrong hands. Well, if I had known what that wand was going out into the world to do. He shook himself, turning his attention to finding wands for his current customers. Hermione went first, trying several before being matched with a 10 3/4-inch vine-wood wand with a dragon heartstring core, which sent a shower of red and gold sparks flying from its tip when she grasped it. Harry's process took considerably longer. Wand after wand was placed in his hand, only to be snatched away again as Mr. Ollivander muttered about, "Not quite right," and, "Interesting, very interesting." Finally, with some trepidation, Ollivander presented an 11-inch holly wand with a phoenix feather core. The moment Harry's fingers closed around it, he felt a sudden warmth spreading through his hand and up his arm, intensifying as it reached the mark on his palm. He raised the wand and brought it swishing down, producing a stream of gold and silver sparks far more dramatic than any previous attempt. "Curious," Mr. Ollivander murmured, fixing Harry with his pale stare. "Very curious indeed." "Sorry," Harry said, "but what's curious?" "I remember every wand I've ever sold, Mr. Potter. Every single wand. It so happens that the phoenix whose tail feather is in your wand gave another feather, just one other. It is very curious indeed that you should be destined for this wand when its brother, why, its brother gave you that scar." Harry swallowed hard, feeling Hermione's concern flowing through their bond. "You mean Voldemort's wand?" Ollivander flinched at the name but nodded. "The wand chooses the wizard, Mr. Potter. We can expect great things from you. After all, he who must not be named did great things." "Terrible, yes, but great." An uncomfortable silence followed this pronouncement, broken only when Hagrid cleared his throat loudly. "Well, that's that then," he said with forced cheerfulness. "Got your wands, got your supplies. Just pets left, if ye're interested." The final stop at Magical Menagerie and Elop's Owl Emporium resulted in Harry becoming the proud owner of a beautiful snowy owl, a birthday present from Hagrid that left him speechless with gratitude. Hermione, after much deliberation, selected a dignified half-Kneazle with a squashed face and bottle-brush tail named Crookshanks, who purred contentedly in her arms as they made their final purchases. As the sun began to set over Diagon Alley, casting long shadows between the magical shops, Hagrid led their group back toward the Leaky Cauldron. Harry and Hermione walked slightly ahead, comparing wands and discussing the day's discoveries in hushed, excited tones. "It feels real now," Harry said, gazing around at the magical street one last time before they departed. "Before today, even with our bond and the letters, it was still like a dream. But now we have wands," Hermione finished for him, understanding perfectly. "Real wands, Harry. And books full of actual spells, and cauldrons for proper potions. And a place where we both belong," Harry added softly, the words holding special significance for two children who had always felt somewhat out of step with the Muggle world. Behind them, Hagrid conversed quietly with the Grangers, explaining living arrangements at Hogwarts and the communication systems between magical and Muggle parents. Harry caught snippets about Owl Post and special arrangements for Muggle families as they walked. "One more thing before we head back," Hagrid said as they reached the brick wall that separated Diagon Alley from the Leaky Cauldron. "Professor Dumbledore wanted me to give ye these." From one of his many pockets, he produced two small golden objects that resembled pocket watches. He handed one to Harry and one to Hermione, his expression unusually serious. "These are communication mirrors," he explained. "If either of ye needs help before term starts, just say the other's name into it. They're connected, special magic, approved by the Ministry since you've got that bond." Harry examined the mirror, which reflected his face clearly despite its small size. "So I can talk to Hermione even when we're apart?" "Exactly," Hagrid confirmed. "Professor Dumbledore thought it might come in handy, especially with your livin' situation, Harry." The thoughtfulness of the gift moved Harry deeply. For the first time, he felt that perhaps the wizarding world, or at least its headmaster, truly understood his circumstances and wanted to help. "Thank you," he said sincerely. "Please thank Professor Dumbledore for us." "I will," Hagrid promised. "Now, let's get ya all home. Big day today, lots to think about." As they passed back through the leaky cauldron and into Muggle London, Harry felt a curious sense of transition, not just between the magical and non-magical worlds, but between his past life and his future. In just over a month, he would board the Hogwarts Express to begin his magical education. The Dursleys' control over his life was waning, their power diminishing in the face of his newly discovered heritage. The journey home was subdued, everyone lost in their own thoughts about the extraordinary day they had experienced. Hagrid accompanied them first to the Grangers' home, where Harry said a temporary goodbye to Hermione, their hands brushing briefly to send reassurance through their bond. "I'll see you soon," she promised. "We'll use the mirrors every day. And we'll meet at the station on September 1st. Platform 9 3/4, Harry confirmed, the strange designation another reminder of the magical journey ahead. Finally, Hagrid escorted Harry back to Privet Drive, the massive man's presence ensuring no immediate retaliation from the Dursleys despite the thunderous expression on Uncle Vernon's face as they arrived with Harry's school supplies and a caged owl in tow. "Remember," Hagrid said quietly as they stood on the doorstep, "any trouble, yeah, use that mirror. And I'll be back to collect ya for the train if ya need it." With a final pat on the shoulder that nearly knocked Harry off his feet, Hagrid departed, leaving him to face the Dursleys alone, but not truly alone, not anymore. The mirror in his pocket and the mark on his palm ensured that help was always just a word away. The final month before term began passed in a strange limbo. The Dursleys, cowed by Hagrid's visit and the implied threat of magical retribution, had moved Harry into Dudley's second bedroom but otherwise pretended he didn't exist. This suited Harry perfectly, giving him time to read his textbooks and communicate with Hermione through their mirrors. Each night, they would discuss what they had learned, practice simple spells with their new wands, and plan for their arrival at Hogwarts. Through their bond, they could sense each other's growing excitement tinged with nervous anticipation. "Do you think we'll be in the same house?" Harry asked one evening, his face illuminated by the mirror's soft glow as he sat cross-legged on his bed. "I hope so," Hermione replied, her image slightly fuzzy in the small surface. "Though I've been reading about the houses in Hogwarts, a history, and they all have different qualities they value. Gryffindor is for the brave, Ravenclaw for the clever, Hufflepuff for the loyal, and Slytherin for the ambitious. Where do you think you'll go?" Hermione bit her lip thoughtfully. "I'd like Gryffindor, I think, though Ravenclaw sounds nice too. What about you?" Harry considered this. "I don't know. I never thought of myself as particularly brave or clever or ambitious." "You're all of those things," Hermione insisted loyally. "You're the bravest person I know, Harry. Living with the Dursleys all those years, never giving up." Her faith in him warmed Harry more than any praise from a stranger ever could. Through their bond, he felt her absolute sincerity, her unwavering belief in his worth. "Whatever houses we end up in," he said firmly, "it won't change anything between us. The bond is more important than any school sorting." "Absolutely," Hermione agreed. "Though I still hope we're together." As September 1st approached, their preparations intensified. Mrs. Figg helped Harry check and double-check his trunk, ensuring he had all necessary supplies. Hermione sent daily updates on her own packing progress, her meticulous lists making Harry smile even as they proved useful reminders. The night before departure, Harry lay awake in his bed at Privet Drive, too excited to sleep. Through their bond, he could feel that Hermione was similarly restless, her mind racing with possibilities and plans. Tomorrow, he thought, directing the word toward her with practiced focus. Tomorrow everything changes. Her response came immediately, a wave of agreement and shared anticipation. Tomorrow we go home, she corrected gently, understanding what Hogwarts represented for Harry in a way no one else could. Home. The word resonated through their bond, carrying with it all the meaning Harry had associated with the Granger's house over the past 3 years: warmth, acceptance, belonging. But now it expanded to include this new destination, this castle they had never seen but already knew would welcome them. With that comforting thought, Harry finally drifted to sleep, the mark on his palm glowing softly in the darkness of his room, the first room he had ever been able to call his own, and the last he would occupy at Privet Drive for many months to come. Morning brought chaos as the Dursleys reluctantly drove Harry to King's Cross Station, dropping him unceremoniously between platforms 9 and 10 with his trunk and owl cage before speeding away, Dudley's mocking laughter fading into the distance. For a moment, Harry stood alone among the bustling Muggle commuters, uncertainty threatening to overtake his excitement. Platform 9 3/4, it sounded impossible, magical, which, of course, it was. Then, through the crowd, he spotted a familiar bushy-haired figure waving enthusiastically. Hermione hurried toward him, her parents following more sedately with a trolley bearing her trunk. "Harry," she called, reaching him slightly breathless with excitement. "We've figured it out. The barrier between platforms 9 and 10, it's the entrance." Relief flooded through him, both at seeing her and at the practical solution to his immediate problem. "How does it work?" "We asked a wizarding family," Mr. Granger explained, reaching them with the trolley. "Lovely people with several red-headed children. Apparently you just walk straight at the barrier, it's an illusion. The mother was very helpful when she saw Crookshanks and realized we were heading to Hogwarts," Mrs. Granger added. "She's just taken her youngest son through, he's a first year too." Together, they approached the solid-looking barrier between platforms 9 and 10. A family with several red-headed children was indeed gathered nearby, the youngest boy looking as nervous as Harry felt. "Best do it at a bit of a run if you're nervous," the plump, kind-faced mother advised, noticing their approach. "Fred and George just went through, oh, and there goes Percy. Come along, Ron, your turn now." The youngest son, a tall, gangling boy with a smudge on his nose, took a deep breath and pushed his trolley toward the barrier. Just when a collision seemed inevitable, he vanished into the solid brick. "Remarkable," Mr. Granger murmured, clearly impressed despite having witnessed several passages already. "You go next, dears," the red-headed woman encouraged Harry and Hermione. "Best go together with those trunks." Harry and Hermione positioned their trolleys side by side, exchanging determined glances. Through their bond flowed mutual courage and excitement, strengthening them both. "Ready?" Harry asked, gripping his trolley handle tightly. "Together," Hermione confirmed, her marked palm briefly brushing his. They ran toward the barrier, closing their eyes instinctively as they approached the solid brick wall. Instead of the expected crash, they felt a curious swooping sensation, like passing through a curtain of cool water. When they opened their eyes, they stood on a platform packed with people, a scarlet steam engine waiting on the tracks beside a sign that read, "Hogwarts Express, 11 o'clock. "We did it," Hermione breathed, looking around in wonder at the magical platform hidden from Muggle eyes. "We're really going." The Grangers emerged from the barrier behind them, looking slightly disoriented but equally amazed. Families crowded the platform, wizarding families saying goodbye to children dressed in a mix of robes and Muggle clothing, owls hooting in cages, cats winding around legs, the occasional toad making a bid for freedom. "Let's find seats," Harry suggested, suddenly aware that the train would be leaving soon and compartments would be filling quickly. With the Grangers' help, they loaded their trunks into an empty compartment near the middle of the train. As the warning whistle blew, signaling imminent departure, Hermione turned to her parents for final goodbyes. Harry watched as she hugged them fiercely, promising to write regularly and study hard. Mrs. Granger kissed her forehead, whispering something that made Hermione smile through tears. Mr. Granger squeezed her shoulders, pride evident in his expression despite his obvious reluctance to let her go. Then, to Harry's surprise, both Grangers turned to him. "Take care of each other," Mrs. Granger said softly, pulling him into a gentle hug. "And remember, our home is always open to you, Harry." Christmas, Easter, summer holidays, whenever you need it. Thank you, Harry whispered, returning the embrace with a lump in his throat. For everything. The final whistle blew. The Grangers hurried from the train as doors began to slam shut along the carriages. Hermione and Harry leaned out the window of their compartment, waving until the platform disappeared from sight as the train rounded a corner. They settled into their seats, facing each other across the compartment, identical expressions of excitement and nervousness on their faces. "We're on our way," Hermione said, the simple statement laden with significance. Harry nodded, gazing out at the countryside now flashing past the window. To Hogwarts. To magic. To everything we've been waiting for. Their marked palms glowed briefly as they reached across the space between them, hands clasping in a gesture that had become second nature over 3 years of friendship. Through their bond flowed all the emotions too complex for words: anticipation for what lay ahead, gratitude for having found each other, determination to face whatever challenges awaited them together. The Hogwarts Express carried them northward, steam billowing behind it like a banner, bearing 2 extraordinary children bound by magic toward a destiny neither could fully imagine, but one they would undoubtedly face side by side. Chapter 3, Partners in Magic. Twilight painted the Scottish countryside in deepening purples as the Hogwarts Express rumbled northward. Harry and Hermione had spent the journey alternating between excited conversation about the magical world awaiting them and companionable silence, each lost in their own thoughts while their bond hummed contentedly between them. They weren't alone for long. Shortly after departure, the compartment door had slid open to reveal the red-haired boy they'd seen on the platform, looking hesitant. "Mind if I join you? Everywhere else is full." "Not at all," Hermione had replied, gesturing to the empty seat beside Harry. "I'm Hermione Granger, and this is Harry Potter." The boy's eyes had widened predictably at Harry's name, his gaze flicking to the scar mostly hidden beneath messy black hair. "Are you really?" "I'm Ron Weasley." "Do you really have the, you know?" He pointed vaguely at his forehead. Harry had pushed back his fringe to reveal the lightning-shaped scar, used to this reaction by now after their trip to Diagon Alley. "Yes, but I don't remember anything about that night, if that's what you're wondering." Their compartment had grown more crowded as the journey continued. Ron's brothers, the twins Fred and George, had stopped by to introduce themselves, their mischievous energy filling the small space momentarily before they left to find their friend Lee Jordan and his mysterious giant tarantula. A round-faced boy named Neville Longbottom had appeared, searching desperately for his escaped toad, Trevor. Hermione had immediately volunteered to help, dragging Harry along as they searched several compartments. Now, as evening approached, a voice echoed through the train, "We will be reaching Hogwarts in 5 minutes' time. Please leave your luggage on the train, it will be taken to the school separately." Harry's stomach tightened with a mixture of nerves and excitement. He glanced at Hermione, who was already changed into her school robes, her hair bushier than ever from the day's excitement. "This is it," she whispered, her eyes bright with anticipation. Through their bond, Harry could feel her emotions mirroring his own, the nervous flutter, the barely contained exhilaration, the edge of anxiety about what awaited them. Without thinking, he reached across to take her hand, their marked palms connecting with the familiar warm glow that had become their private reassurance. Ron, who had been changing into his slightly too short robes, glanced at their joined hands with curiosity. "What's that light?" Harry and Hermione pulled apart quickly, remembering Professor Snape's warning about discretion. "Static electricity," Hermione said smoothly. "It happens sometimes when the air's dry." Ron looked skeptical but shrugged, returning to the struggle with his robes. Harry caught Hermione's eye, a silent agreement passing between them. They would need to be more careful at Hogwarts, at least until they understood how their bond would be perceived. The train slowed and finally stopped. Students poured into the corridor, pushing their way toward the doors and out onto a tiny, dark platform. The night air was crisp with early autumn chill, making Harry glad for his new school robes as they exited the train. Then a lamp came bobbing over the heads of the students, and a familiar voice boomed, Furs years. Furs years over here. All right there, Harry. Hagrid's massive form towered over the sea of students, his bearded face beaming as he spotted Harry and Hermione. They waved enthusiastically, following his directions along with the other first years toward a steep, narrow path that wound through dense trees. "Y'all get your furs sight Hogwarts in a sec," Hagrid called over his shoulder, "just round this bend here." The narrow path opened suddenly onto the edge of a great black lake. Perched atop a high mountain on the other side, its windows sparkling in the starry sky, was a vast castle with many turrets and towers. The collective gasp from the first years echoed Harry's own reaction. No description, not even Hagrid's enthusiastic accounts, had prepared him for the majestic reality of Hogwarts. "No more and 4 to a boat," Hagrid called, pointing to a fleet of small boats sitting in the water by the shore. Harry and Hermione claimed a boat, joined by Ron and Neville. As the fleet glided across the smooth, glass-like surface of the lake, the castle loomed ever larger, its reflection shimmering in the dark water. "It's more beautiful than I imagined," Hermione whispered, her voice hushed with awe. "Even Hogwarts, a history, didn't do it justice." Harry nodded wordlessly, unable to tear his eyes away from the castle. Through their bond, they shared the moment of wonder, each feeling the other's reaction and their own, the emotions amplified between them until Harry thought his heart might burst with the sheer magical magnificence of it all. The boats carried them through a curtain of ivy concealing an opening in the cliff face, along a dark tunnel that seemed to take them right underneath the castle, until they reached an underground harbor. Hagrid checked each boat as the students disembarked, finding Neville's toad, Trevor, hiding under a seat. They climbed a passageway in the rock, emerging at last onto smooth, damp grass in the shadow of the castle. Up a flight of stone steps they went, gathering at the huge oak front door where Hagrid raised a gigantic fist and knocked 3 times. The door swung open immediately. A tall, black-haired witch in emerald green robes stood there, her stern face softening slightly as her gaze swept over the assembled first years. "The Furs years, Professor McGonagall," said Hagrid. "Thank you, Hagrid. I will take them from here." Professor McGonagall led them through the entrance hall, an enormous space with flaming torches, a magnificent marble staircase, and a ceiling so high it was difficult to make out, into a small empty chamber off the hall. As she explained the sorting ceremony and the house system, Harry found himself exchanging nervous glances with Hermione. "What if we're separated?" he thought, projecting the worry through their bond. Hermione's response came immediately, a feeling of reassurance tinged with her own concern but overlaid with determination. "We'll still have our bond, no matter what houses we're in." Harry nodded imperceptibly, drawing strength from her certainty. As Professor McGonagall left them to prepare for the ceremony, excited whispers broke out among the first years. Theories about the sorting method ranged from complex spells to painful tests, with Ron muttering something about wrestling a troll that made Neville look particularly terrified. Hermione, of course, was whispering a list of spells she'd learned, wondering which she'd need. Harry smiled fondly, feeling her nervous energy through their bond. After 3 years of friendship, he recognized her tendency to recite facts when anxious. The appearance of about 20 ghosts streaming through the back wall momentarily distracted everyone, eliciting screams from several students. Harry watched in fascination as the pearly-white, transparent figures argued about someone named Peeves before noticing the first years. A ghost wearing a ruff and tights welcomed them warmly, introducing himself as Sir Nicholas de Mimsy Porpington, resident ghost of Gryffindor Tower. Before any conversation could develop, Professor McGonagall returned. "Move along now. The sorting ceremony's about to start." She led them back across the hall and through a pair of double doors into the great hall. Harry heard Hermione's sharp intake of breath beside him, and he understood why. The hall was magnificent, thousands of candles floating in midair illuminated 4 long tables where the rest of the students sat, golden plates and goblets gleaming in the candlelight. At the top of the hall, another long table seated the teachers. Above it all, the ceiling appeared to open directly to the heavens, velvety black and dotted with stars. "It's bewitched to look like the sky outside," Hermione whispered. "I read about it in Hogwarts, a history," Harry finished with her, smiling at her momentary surprise before she realized he was teasing. A gentle nudge of affection flowed through their bond as they followed Professor McGonagall to the front of the hall. She placed a four-legged stool before them, upon which sat a pointed wizard's hat, patched, frayed, and extremely dirty. For a moment, there was complete silence. Then the hat twitched, a rip near the brim opening like a mouth, and it began to sing. The song explained the qualities valued by each house: brave Gryffindor, loyal Hufflepuff, wise Ravenclaw, and cunning Slytherin. As it concluded to enthusiastic applause, Harry felt a mixture of relief, no troll wrestling required, and renewed anxiety. How would a hat decide where he belonged? And more importantly, would it keep him with Hermione? Professor McGonagall stepped forward with a long roll of parchment. "When I call your name, you will put on the hat and sit on the stool to be sorted. Abbott, Hannah." A pink-faced girl with blonde pigtails stumbled out of line, put on the hat, and sat down. A moment's pause. "Hufflepuff," shouted the hat. The table on the right cheered as Hannah went to join them. The sorting continued alphabetically, each student's placement greeted with applause from their new house. Harry watched carefully, noting how some sortings took mere seconds while others took longer. He wondered what conversations were happening beneath the hat. "Granger, Hermione." Hermione squeezed Harry's hand briefly before almost running to the stool and jamming the hat eagerly on her head. Through their bond, Harry could feel her intense concentration and nervous energy. The hat took longer with her than with many previous students, nearly a full minute passing before it finally shouted, "Gryffindor." Relief flooded through Harry as Hermione removed the hat, beaming. She gave him a quick, encouraging smile before joining the Gryffindor table, where Ron's brother Percy was congratulating her pompously. More names were called. Neville Longbottom, after a long deliberation, joined Gryffindor as well, though in his excitement he ran off still wearing the hat and had to return it amid gales of laughter. The pale boy from Madame Malkin's, now identified as Draco Malfoy, was immediately sorted into Slytherin, joining two large boys named Crabbe and Goyle. "Potter, Harry." As Harry stepped forward, whispers suddenly broke out like little hissing fires all over the hall. "Potter, did she say? The Harry Potter?" He sat on the stool and the last thing he saw before the hat dropped over his eyes was the hall full of people craning to get a good look at him. Then he was staring at the black inside of the hat, waiting. Said a small voice in his ear. "Difficult. Very difficult. Plenty of courage, I see. Not a bad mind either. There's talent, oh my goodness, yes, and a nice thirst to prove yourself. Now that's interesting. But what's this? Oh, how fascinating." Harry gripped the edges of the stool, uncertain what had caught the hat's attention. A bond of protection, fully formed and strengthened over years. "I haven't seen one of these in centuries. And with young Miss Granger, no less. That does complicate things." "Complicate how?" Harry thought nervously. "Well, you have qualities suited to different houses, you see. There's a great deal of cunning here, and Slytherin could help you on the way to greatness, no doubt about that. But this bond, it shifts the balance considerably." Harry thought of Hermione, sitting at the Gryffindor table, waiting and hoping. He thought of their years together, supporting each other, learning magic side by side. "I want to be with her," he thought firmly. "Yes, I can see that's where your heart truly lies," the hat mused. The bond would make separation challenging, though not impossible. But perhaps it's for the best. Your connection will be important, more important than either of you yet realize. Better be Gryffindor. The hat shouted the last word to the entire hall. Harry removed it with shaking hands, overwhelmed by relief as the Gryffindor table exploded with cheers. Percy the prefect shook his hand vigorously, while the Weasley twins yelled, "We got Potter! We got Potter!" He slid into the seat Hermione had saved beside her, grinning as she squeezed his arm in congratulation. Through their bond flowed pure joy and satisfaction. They would face Hogwarts together, just as they'd hoped. "What took so long?" she whispered as the sorting continued. "The hat seemed to be deliberating forever with you." "It was considering Slytherin," Harry admitted quietly. "But our bond tipped the balance." Hermione's eyes widened slightly. "It knew about the bond?" "Mine mentioned it too, said it was most unusual and significant." Before they could discuss it further, the sorting concluded with Zabini, Blaise, becoming a Slytherin. Professor McGonagall rolled up her scroll and removed the sorting hat as Albus Dumbledore rose to his feet. Harry recognized the headmaster immediately from the chocolate frog card he'd received on the train, the silver hair and beard, half-moon spectacles, and crooked nose exactly as pictured. What the card hadn't captured was the aura of serene power that seemed to surround him, an impression of great wisdom and quiet strength that commanded attention without effort. Dumbledore spread his arms wide, beaming at the students. "Welcome," he said. "Welcome to a new year at Hogwarts. Before we begin our banquet, I would like to say a few words." And here they are: nitwit, blubber, oddment, tweak. "Thank you." He sat back down to enthusiastic applause. Harry glanced at Hermione, uncertain whether to laugh. "Is he a bit mad?" he asked Percy uncertainly. "Mad? He's a genius," Percy replied reverently. "Best wizard in the world. But yes, he is a bit mad." "Potatoes, Harry?" Harry's mouth fell open. The dishes in front of them were now piled with food: roast beef, roast chicken, pork chops, lamb chops, sausages, bacon, steak, potatoes prepared in multiple ways, peas, carrots, gravy, ketchup, and for some strange reason, peppermint humbugs. The Dursleys had never exactly starved Harry, but he'd never been allowed to eat as much as he wanted. Dudley had always taken anything Harry really wanted, even if it made him sick. Here, he could take as much as he liked of whatever looked most appealing. He piled his plate, noticing Hermione doing the same beside him, her eyes wide with delight at the magical appearance of the feast. As they ate, conversation flowed around them. The other first-year Gryffindors, Ron, Neville, Seamus Finnegan, Dean Thomas, Lavender Brown, and Parvati Patil, discussed their families and how they discovered their magical abilities. Nearly headless Nick, the Gryffindor ghost, entertained them by demonstrating exactly why he was nearly headless, tilting his partially severed head to the horror and fascination of the new students. Harry was enjoying himself thoroughly when a curious sensation made him look up toward the high table. Scanning the row of professors, his eyes met a pair of beetle-black ones belonging to the hook-nosed teacher he recognized from the museum, Professor Snape. Beside him, a nervous-looking man in a purple turban was speaking. As Harry watched, a sharp, hot pain shot across the scar on his forehead. "Ouch!" He clapped a hand to his head, wincing. "What is it?" asked Hermione immediately, concern flowing through their bond. "Nothing," Harry said, the pain having disappeared as quickly as it had come. "Who's that teacher talking to Professor Snape?" Percy looked where Harry was pointing. "Oh, you know Snape already? That's Professor Quirrell, our defense against the dark arts teacher. No wonder he looks nervous. Snape wants his job. Knows an awful lot about the dark arts, Snape does." Harry watched the teachers for a moment longer, but the pain didn't return. Still, he couldn't shake the uneasy feeling that had accompanied it. Through their bond, he sensed Hermione's concern and curiosity, but she didn't press him further in present company. When the desserts appeared, blocks of ice cream in every flavor imaginable, apple pies, treacle tarts, chocolate eclairs, jam donuts, trifle, strawberries, jelly, rice pudding, conversation turned to classes. "I'm looking forward to Transfiguration," Hermione said eagerly. "Professor McGonagall's supposed to be strict but brilliant. Defense against the dark arts sounds most useful," Harry added, thinking of the dark wizard who had given him his scar. Though I'm curious about all of it, really. When the last morsels of dessert had disappeared, Professor Dumbledore got to his feet again. The hall fell silent. Just a few more words now that we are all fed and watered. I have a few start-of-term notices to give you. He proceeded to warn them about the Forbidden Forest, announce a ban on magic in the corridors, mention Quidditch trials, and most intriguingly, declare that the third-floor corridor on the right-hand side is out of bounds to everyone who does not wish to die a very painful death. Harry laughed, but he was one of the few who did. "He's not serious," he muttered to Percy. "Must be," Percy replied, frowning. "It's odd, because he usually gives us a reason why we're not allowed to go somewhere. The forest's full of dangerous beasts, everyone knows that. I do think he might have told us prefects, at least." After a rather terrible rendition of the school song, sung by everyone to different tunes at different speeds, they were dismissed to their dormitories. Percy led the Gryffindor first years through the chattering crowds, out of the Great Hall, and up the marble staircase. Harry was too tired to be surprised by the moving portraits that whispered and pointed as they passed, or the shifting staircases that Percy warned them about. His legs were like lead as they climbed more staircases, his eyes heavy with exhaustion and contentment. Beside him, Hermione looked equally drained, though her eyes still sparkled with excitement at each magical discovery. They stopped suddenly in front of a portrait of a very fat woman in a pink silk dress. "Password?" she asked. "Caput Draconis," said Percy, and the portrait swung forward to reveal a round hole in the wall. They scrambled through it and found themselves in the Gryffindor common room, a cozy, circular room full of squashy armchairs, tables, and a crackling fire. Percy directed the girls through one door to their dormitory and the boys through another. As they prepared to separate for the first time since arriving at Hogwarts, Harry and Hermione exchanged a quick glance. "Good night," Harry thought, focusing on sending the sentiment through their bond. Hermione's response came as a warm pulse of affection and excitement. "See you in the morning. We're finally here." Climbing the spiral staircase to his dormitory, Harry found 5 four-poster beds hung with deep red, velvet curtains. Their trunks had already been brought up. Too tired to talk much, the 5 first-year boys pulled on their pajamas and fell into bed. "Great food, isn't it?" Ron muttered to Harry through the hangings. "Get off, Scabbers. He's chewing my sheets." Harry was about to answer, but fell asleep almost at once, his mind still processing the wonders of his first evening at Hogwarts. He dreamed of the Sorting Hat placing a heavy crown on his head while Quirrell's turban told him he must transfer to Slytherin at once because it was his destiny. He tried to remove the turban, which grew heavier and heavier, while Malfoy laughed and Snape watched with those penetrating black eyes. Then Hermione appeared, taking his hand, their bond glowing so brightly it illuminated the entire hall. He woke suddenly in the darkness, sweat cool on his forehead. Through the bond, he felt Hermione's sleeping presence, peaceful and undisturbed. Drawing comfort from the connection, he turned over and fell back to sleep, his dreams shifting to more pleasant visions of flying over the Hogwarts grounds with Hermione beside him. Morning brought excitement as students compared schedules at breakfast in the Great Hall. Harry and Hermione sat together, examining their identical timetables while owls swooped overhead delivering mail. Harry's snowy owl, whom he'd named Hedwig, hadn't brought him anything yet, but she flew in to nibble his ear affectionately before helping herself to some of his toast. Classes began that day, and Harry quickly discovered that magic was far more complex than he and Hermione had realized during their self-directed practice. There was so much more to learn than the simple spells they'd mastered: wand movements, incantations, magical theory, and historical context all played crucial roles. They had herbology 3 times a week in the greenhouses behind the castle, studying magical plants and fungi under Professor Sprout's guidance. Astronomy involved charting the night sky from the tallest tower every Wednesday at midnight. History of magic, taught by the ghost Professor Binns, proved to be the most boring subject, despite Hermione's fascination with goblin rebellions and magical treaties. Professor Flitwick, the tiny charms teacher, squeaked in excitement and toppled off his stack of books when he reached Harry's name during roll call. Professor McGonagall, as expected, was strict and clever, impressing them all by transforming her desk into a pig and back again in their first transfiguration lesson. Transfiguration is some of the most complex and dangerous magic you will learn at Hogwarts, she warned. Anyone messing around in my class will leave and not come back. You have been warned. After taking complicated notes, they were each given a match and instructed to turn it into a needle. By the end of the class, only Hermione had made any difference to her match. It had turned silver and pointy. McGonagall showed the class with a rare smile, then paused by Harry's desk. Yours has partially transformed as well, Mr. Potter, she noted with interest. The structure is beginning to change, though the material remains wooden. Work on your visualization. Harry nodded, surprised by his partial success. In their private practice over the years, he and Hermione had discovered that his strengths lay more in movement charms while hers favored transformation. But he'd never managed a partial transfiguration without her direct help through their bond. When they left class, Hermione pulled him into an alcove out of earshot from the other students. Did you feel it? She whispered excitedly. When I transformed my match, I felt our bond activate. I think we're still sharing magical ability, even when we're not touching or actively trying to help each other. Harry realized she was right. During the exercise, he'd been aware of a warm prickle in his marked palm, but had been too focused on the task to properly notice. That could be really useful, he said thoughtfully. But we should probably be careful. Professor Snape warned us about drawing attention to the bond. I wonder why, Hermione mused. What's so dangerous about people knowing we're connected? Harry shrugged. I'm famous just for surviving that curse as a baby. Imagine how people would react to something as rare as our bond. Good point, Hermione conceded. For now, let's just observe how it works here at Hogwarts before we tell anyone else. Their agreement was timely, as Professor Snape's potions class the next day proved challenging in unexpected ways. The lesson took place in the dungeons, where it was colder than the main castle, and the preserved animals floating in glass jars along the walls created an eerie atmosphere. Like Flitwick, Snape paused at Harry's name during roll call, but his reaction couldn't have been more different. Ah, yes, he said softly, Harry Potter. Our new celebrity. Draco Malfoy and his friends Crabbe and Goyle sniggered behind their hands. Snape finished calling the names and looked up at the class, his black eyes cold and empty. You are here to learn the subtle science and exact art of potion making, he began in barely more than a whisper, yet they caught every word. As there is little foolish wand waving here, many of you will hardly believe this is magic. I don't expect you will really understand the beauty of the softly simmering cauldron with its shimmering fumes, the delicate power of liquids that creep through human veins, bewitching the mind, and snaring the senses. I can teach you how to bottle fame, brew glory, even stopper death, if you aren't as big a bunch of dunderheads as I usually have to teach. Silence followed this speech. Harry and Hermione exchanged glances, their bond humming with mutual intrigue despite Snape's intimidating manner. This was real magic, complex, powerful, and far beyond their self-taught experiments. Potter. Snape said suddenly. What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood? Hermione's hand shot into the air beside him. Harry hesitated, his mind racing. They had read their textbooks together before term started, but this seemed like advanced knowledge. Through their bond, however, came a whisper of information, not words exactly, but an impression of a potion called the Draught of Living Death. Whether the knowledge came from Hermione or was somehow pulled from his own subconscious through their connection, Harry couldn't tell. The Draught of Living Death, sir, he answered cautiously. It's a sleeping potion. Snape's eyes narrowed fractionally. Correct, he said, sounding faintly surprised. Let's try again. Where would you look if I told you to find me a bezoar? Again, Hermione's hand reached for the ceiling. Again, through the bond, came an impression, this time of a goat and a stone. In the stomach of a goat, sir. It's a stone that will protect you from most poisons. The professor's gaze intensified, flicking briefly to Hermione's raised hand, then back to Harry. And what is the difference, Potter, between monkshood and wolfsbane? A third time, knowledge flowed through their bond, a purple flower, 2 names, same plant. They're the same plant, sir. Also called aconite. A long silence followed Harry's correct answer. Snape's expression was unreadable, but something calculating had entered his dark eyes. Sit down, Miss Granger, he said finally, though Hermione had already lowered her hand after Harry's answer. Well, why aren't you all copying that down? There was a sudden rummaging for quills and parchment. Over the noise, Snape added, and a point to Gryffindor for Potter's unexpected preparation. The lesson continued with instructions to brew a simple potion to cure boils. Harry and Hermione worked separately, Harry paired with Ron, Hermione with Neville, but their bond continued to function, subtly enhancing both their performances. When Neville somehow managed to melt his cauldron, creating a spreading acid that caused angry red boils to spring up on students' arms and legs, Hermione was able to pull him away just in time, having sensed the impending disaster through her connection with Harry, who had noticed Neville about to add porcupine quills before taking the cauldron off the fire. As they cleaned up the mess, Snape berated Neville but paused by Hermione's workstation, examining her nearly perfect potion with a critical eye. Acceptable, Miss Granger, he said, which seemed to be high praise given his treatment of other students' work. His gaze lingered briefly on her hand as she stirred the cauldron, then shifted to where Harry stood across the room. After class, as they climbed the steps out of the dungeon, Harry felt troubled. He knows about our bond, he muttered to Hermione. Did you see how he watched us? Of course he knows, Hermione whispered back. He's the one who delivered our preliminary letters, remember? But I think he suspects we're using it in class somehow. We are, though, Harry pointed out. Not deliberately, but knowledge keeps flowing between us. Hermione bit her lip thoughtfully. We should research this more. Now that we're at Hogwarts, there must be books in the library about magical bonds. We need to understand what's happening so we can control it better. Harry nodded, relieved as always by Hermione's practical approach to magical challenges. Library this weekend? Definitely, she agreed. But first, we should visit Hagrid. Your owl this morning invited both of us for tea this afternoon, remember? At 3 o'clock that afternoon, they made their way across the grounds to Hagrid's small wooden house on the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Ron had joined them, curious about the gamekeeper and eager to escape the common room where his brothers were testing loud magical pranks. Hagrid lived in a one-room hut with hams and pheasants hanging from the ceiling, a copper kettle boiling on an open fire, and a massive bed with a patchwork quilt in the corner. His enormous boarhound, Fong, bounded forward to greet them, nearly knocking Ron over in his enthusiasm. Make yourselves at home, Hagrid said, pouring boiling water into a large teapot and putting rock cakes onto a plate. The rock cakes lived up to their name, threatening to break their teeth, but they pretended to enjoy them as Hagrid inquired about their first week of classes. Harry was delighted to hear Hagrid call Filch, the cantankerous caretaker who had already threatened him with detention, that old git. And, as fair that cat, Mrs. Norris, I'd like to introduce her to Fong sometime. Dia know, every time I go up to the school, she follows me everywhere. Can't get rid of her, Filch puts her up to it. Harry told Hagrid about Snape's lesson and his apparent interest in their bond. Hagrid, like Professor McGonagall, told Harry not to worry about it, that Snape hardly liked any of the students. But he seemed almost like he knew me, Harry persisted. And he keeps watching how Hermione and I interact. Hagrid avoided Harry's eyes, suddenly very interested in the teapot. Nonsense. Why would Snape have any special interest in ya too? He's just doin' his job, keepin' an eye on all the students. Harry wasn't convinced, but before he could press further, he noticed a piece of paper lying on the table under the tea cozy. It was a cutting from the Daily Prophet. Gringotts break-in. Latest investigations continue into the break-in at Gringotts on July 31st, widely believed to be the work of dark wizards or witches unknown. Gringotts goblins insisted that nothing had been taken. The vault in question, number 713, had in fact been emptied earlier that same day. "But we're not telling you what was in there, so keep your noses out if you know what's good for you," said a Gringotts spokesgoblin this afternoon. "Hagrid!" Harry exclaimed. "That break-in happened on my birthday. It might have been happening while we were there." Hagrid definitely wouldn't meet his eyes now. He grunted and offered him another rock cake. Harry reread the story. Vault 713 had been emptied earlier that same day. Hagrid had collected a small package from a high-security vault while they were at Gringotts. Was that what the thieves had been looking for? As they walked back to the castle for dinner, Harry shared his suspicions with Hermione and Ron. Hermione looked troubled, connecting the dots with her usual quickness. A package so important someone tried to steal it from Gringotts, and remember what Dumbledore said at the feast? About the third-floor corridor being out of bounds this year? What if they're related? "That's a bit of a leap," Ron said skeptically. "Probably just a coincidence." But Harry felt Hermione's certainty through their bond and found himself agreeing. Something significant was happening at Hogwarts, something beyond their ordinary schooling. The next few weeks established a rhythm to their Hogwarts education. Classes grew more interesting as they progressed beyond theory to practical applications. Harry discovered he had a natural talent for defense against the dark arts, despite Professor Quirrell's stuttering, garlic-scented teaching style. Hermione excelled in virtually every subject, though her perfectionism sometimes led to stress that Harry could feel echoing through their bond. What neither of them anticipated was how their connection would evolve in the magical environment of Hogwarts. The castle itself seemed to respond to their bond, subtly accommodating their need to stay close to each other. Staircases that normally changed direction would remain stable when they crossed together. Doors that were typically locked would ease open at their approach. Even the common room fire seemed to burn brightest near the corner where they preferred to study. More significantly, their magical abilities continued to bleed into each other during classes, sometimes with dramatic results. In their third charms lesson, when practicing the levitation charm, Wingardium Leviosa, Harry found his feather rising smoothly into the air on his first attempt, mimicking Hermione's perfect execution seconds earlier. Professor Flitwick clapped in delight, awarding points to Gryffindor for their quick mastery, but later pulled them aside with a curious expression. "Most unusual," he squeaked, examining their wands. Two students mastering the charm simultaneously, with identical wand movements and intonation. "I don't believe I've ever seen such synchronized learning before." In Transfiguration, when transforming a beetle into a button, both Harry and Hermione produced buttons with identical patterns, something Professor McGonagall noticed immediately, her sharp eyes narrowing as she compared their work. "Mr. Potter, Miss Granger, would you stay after class please?" she requested when the lesson ended. They exchanged nervous glances as the other students filed out. Once the classroom was empty, McGonagall gestured for them to take seats directly in front of her desk. "I've been observing you both since term began," she said without preamble. "Your magical performance has been noteworthy." Hermione shifted uncomfortably beside Harry. "Is something wrong, Professor?" "Not wrong, precisely." McGonagall's expression softened slightly. "Professor Snape informed the faculty about your unique situation before term began, though I admit I was skeptical about the nature of your bond. Such connections are exceedingly rare." Harry felt a flood of relief that they weren't in trouble, followed by curiosity about what exactly the professors knew. "Professor," he began cautiously, "we've noticed that our magic sometimes works together, even when we're not trying to make it happen. Is that normal for our kind of bond?" McGonagall considered this. The bond of protection manifests differently in each recorded case, Mr. Potter. Historically, it has enhanced magical abilities between the bonded individuals, allowing for shared knowledge and complementary magical strengths. That's what we've experienced, Hermione said eagerly. When we were practicing magic before coming to Hogwarts, we could do more together than separately. And now, in classes, I sometimes feel like I'm drawing on Harry's strengths, or sharing mine with him. Indeed. McGonagall nodded thoughtfully. This is why Professor Dumbledore asked us to monitor your progress carefully. The educational implications are significant. Are we doing something wrong? Harry asked, suddenly anxious. Should we try to block the connection during lessons? Certainly not, McGonagall replied firmly. Magical bonds cannot and should not be artificially suppressed. Doing so could have detrimental consequences for both your magical development and your well-being. However, you should be aware that your bond is likely to strengthen in this magical environment, perhaps in ways you cannot anticipate. What should we do? Hermione's practical nature emerged as always. Continue your studies as normal, McGonagall advised. Be mindful of how the bond affects your magic, and perhaps keep a record of any unusual manifestations. Professor Dumbledore has suggested that you might benefit from some additional guidance as the year progresses. Special training? Harry asked, intrigued. In a sense, McGonagall confirmed. But for now, focus on your regular coursework. Your bond appears to be developing naturally and healthily. There's no cause for concern. As they left Professor McGonagall's office, Harry felt both reassured and unsettled. The teachers knew about their bond and were monitoring it, which meant they weren't breaking rules by allowing it to function during classes, but also meant they were under closer observation than their classmates. We should start that journal, she suggested, Hermione said as they walked toward the library. Document everything we notice about how the bond works here at Hogwarts. Harry agreed, though part of him wished they could simply enjoy their magical education without the added complexity. Still, their bond had been integral to his life for 3 years now. He couldn't imagine Hogwarts without it. The library became their sanctuary in the following weeks. Between regular coursework and their private research into magical bonds, they spent hours among the towering bookshelves under Madame Pance's watchful eye. Ron occasionally joined them but quickly grew bored with their intensive study habits. You two are already the best in our year, he complained one evening as they pored over Magical Connections Through the Ages, while he struggled with a potions essay. Why spend extra time studying things we're not even being tested on? It's not about tests, Ron, Hermione explained patiently. It's about understanding our magic better. What she didn't say, and what Harry knew through their bond, was how deeply their research mattered to her. Hermione's logical mind needed to categorize and comprehend their connection, not to control it, but to honor it with proper understanding. Their research yielded fascinating insights. The bond of protection, they discovered, had last been documented between 2 Hogwarts students in 1738, a Hufflepuff girl named Eleanor Burbage who had saved a Ravenclaw boy, Thomas McKinnon, from a rampaging hippogriff during a Care of Magical Creatures lesson. Their bond had manifested as matching marks on their wrists and had enhanced their combined magical abilities throughout their school years and beyond. It says they eventually married, Hermione noted, reading from a dusty tome titled Remarkable Magical Partnerships of the 18th Century. Their descendants showed unusual magical aptitude, particularly in protective enchantments. Married? Harry repeated, feeling a strange flutter in his stomach. Hermione blushed slightly, quickly turning the page. That was obviously much later. They were 17 when the bond formed, not 8 like us. Another book, Sympathetic Magic and Soul Connections, explained that magical bonds typically evolved with the age and magical maturity of those involved. In childhood, such bonds manifested primarily as emotional connections and minor magical enhancements. During adolescence, the connections often intensified, allowing for more significant magical sharing. In adulthood, bonded pairs could develop specialized combined magic unique to their partnership. That explains why our connection keeps getting stronger, Harry mused, reading over Hermione's shoulder. It's growing as we do. And being at Hogwarts is probably accelerating the process, Hermione added. All this ambient magic, plus learning actual spells instead of just experimenting on our own. Their research was interrupted one evening by the arrival of a sealed parchment delivered by a stern-looking school owl during dinner. The letter, addressed to both of them, requested their presence in the headmaster's office at 8 o'clock that evening. The headmaster? Ron said when they showed him the note. What've you done to get called up there already? Nothing, Harry insisted, though his mind raced with possibilities. Was it about their bond? Had they unknowingly broken some school rule? Hermione looked equally nervous, her anxiety flowing through their bond as they finished dinner and made their way to the third floor where the headmaster's office was located. They found themselves facing a large stone gargoyle that McGonagall had mentioned guarded the entrance. It needs a password, Hermione whispered, but the note doesn't say what it is. Before they could worry further, the gargoyle sprang aside, revealing a spiral staircase that moved continuously upward like an escalator. Exchanging apprehensive glances, they stepped onto it and were carried upward until they reached a gleaming oak door with a brass knocker. Harry had barely raised his hand to knock when a serene voice called from within, "Enter, please." They stepped into the most fascinating office Harry had ever seen. Circular and beautiful, it was filled with curious silver instruments that whirred and emitted small puffs of smoke, portraits of previous headmasters and headmistresses who watched them with interest, and perched on a golden stand behind the desk, a magnificent scarlet and gold bird the size of a swan. A phoenix, Hermione breathed in awe. Indeed, Miss Granger. Albus Dumbledore rose from behind his desk, his silver hair and beard gleaming in the lamplight. That is Fawkes, my most faithful companion. Please, both of you, sit down. They took the chairs he indicated in front of his desk. Up close, Dumbledore's twinkling blue eyes behind half-moon spectacles gave the impression of X-ray vision, as though he could see through them to their very souls. I imagine you're wondering why I've asked to see you, he began, smiling gently. First, let me assure you that you're not in any trouble. Quite the contrary, your professors report that you're both performing admirably in your classes. Harry and Hermione relaxed slightly, relief passing between them through their bond. I've asked you here to discuss something rather special, Dumbledore continued. Your magical bond. May I see your palms, please? They extended their marked hands, palms upward. Dumbledore examined the marks with evident fascination, his long fingers hovering just above the skin without touching. Extraordinary, he murmured. A fully formed bond of protection, developed over 3 years of friendship before formal magical training even began. I don't believe there's a precedent for such a case in Hogwarts history. Is there something wrong with our bond, Professor? Hermione asked, voicing the concern that had been nagging at both of them. Not at all, Miss Granger. Magical bonds are rare blessings, particularly ones formed through such genuine care as yours appears to be. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled warmly. However, they do present certain educational considerations. Professor McGonagall mentioned you might want to give us special training, Harry said. Dumbledore nodded. In time, yes. For now, I simply wish to establish a baseline understanding of your bond's current capabilities. With your permission, I'd like to conduct a few simple tests. At their agreement, Dumbledore guided them through a series of magical exercises, first separately, then together. He had them cast basic spells, transform simple objects, and attempt to sense each other's emotions with varying distances between them. Throughout the process, several of the silver instruments on his shelves whirred more rapidly, apparently measuring magical output. Fascinating, Dumbledore commented after nearly an hour of tests. Your individual magical signatures are quite distinct, yet when you work together, they harmonize perfectly. Most unusual in one so young. What does that mean, Professor? Harry asked. It means, Harry, that your bond is exceptionally strong and unusually mature for your age. I suspect this is due to the circumstances of its formation, a genuine desire to protect, coupled with natural magical affinity, at an age when most children's magic is still purely instinctive. Hermione leaned forward eagerly. Our research showed that bonds like ours typically strengthen during adolescence. Is that why we're experiencing more magical bleed-through in classes? Precisely, Miss Granger. Dumbledore looked pleased by her insight. Hogwarts itself is accelerating the process. The castle is saturated with centuries of accumulated magic, creating an environment that nurtures magical connections. Your bond is responding to that environment, growing more quickly than it might in a non-magical setting. Should we be trying to control it better? Harry asked, thinking of Snape's suspicious glances during potions. Control, no. Understand, yes. Dumbledore steepled his fingers thoughtfully. A magical bond is like a living thing, Harry. It cannot be forced or constrained without consequences. However, with proper guidance, you can learn to work with it consciously rather than allowing it to manifest spontaneously. He rose and moved to a bookshelf, selecting a slim volume bound in blue leather. This book contains exercises designed for magically bonded individuals. It was written by Helga Hufflepuff herself, who shared a different type of magical bond with Rowena Ravenclaw. I suggest you work through these exercises together, perhaps one evening per week. Harry accepted the book with reverence, aware of its historical significance. Thank you, Professor. One final matter, Dumbledore said, returning to his desk. While your bond is a wonderful gift, I must caution you about demonstrating its full capabilities publicly. There are those in our world who might view such a connection with unhealthy interest. Professor Snape warned us about that too, Hermione noted. But he didn't explain why. Magical bonds create power, Miss Granger. Unique power that cannot be replicated through ordinary means. Throughout history, those seeking shortcuts to magical greatness have attempted to harness or exploit such bonds. Dumbledore's expression grew serious. And in Harry's case particularly, given his history, such attention could be dangerous. The implication was clear without being stated directly. Voldemort's supporters might take special interest in Harry's bond if they knew its full extent. We'll be careful, Professor, Harry promised, a protective instinct flaring within him. He would never allow their bond to put Hermione in danger. I know you will. Dumbledore's gentle smile returned. Now, it's growing late, and I believe you both have Transfiguration first thing tomorrow. Professor McGonagall is rather less forgiving of sleepy students than I am. As they stood to leave, Harry was struck by a question. Professor? How did you know about our bond before we came to Hogwarts? Mrs. Figg mentioned she reported to you, but how did you know to have her watching us in the first place? Dumbledore regarded him thoughtfully over his half-moon spectacles. An excellent question, Harry. The answer involves magical monitoring systems that detect significant magical events. The formation of your bond created quite a distinctive magical signature, one that alerted several sensitive instruments, including some in this very office. He gestured to a silver device on a nearby shelf that was spinning slowly, emitting small puffs of golden smoke. This particular instrument has been attuned to you since you were placed with your relatives, Harry. It monitors general well-being and significant magical development. The night your bond formed with Miss Granger, it spun so rapidly it nearly flew off its stand. So you've been watching us all along? Harry wasn't sure how he felt about that. Observing from a distance, Dumbledore clarified gently. I believed it important for your bond to develop naturally, without interference. That's why I instructed Arabella to provide guidance only when absolutely necessary. Harry nodded, processing this information. Part of him wished Dumbledore had intervened earlier, perhaps even removed him from the Dursleys once the bond made it clear he had a magical connection with Hermione. But another part understood the wisdom in allowing their friendship and bond to grow organically. "Thank you for explaining, sir," he said finally. Dumbledore inclined his head. "You're most welcome, Harry. My door is always open to both of you, should you have further questions about your bond or anything else." They left the office with much to think about, walking in companionable silence back toward Gryffindor Tower. Their bond hummed contentedly between them, as though pleased to have been acknowledged and validated by the headmaster himself. "Well, that was illuminating," Hermione said as they approached the portrait hole. "And we have Hufflepuff's actual book to study. Do you realize how historically significant that is?" Harry smiled at her enthusiasm. "Leave it to you to be more excited about a founder's book than about our extraordinary bond." "Oh, stop," she replied, nudging him playfully. "You know I'm excited about both. Caput Draconis," she added to the fat lady, who swung forward to admit them. The common room was still busy with students completing homework or playing games. Ron waved to them from a corner where he was engaged in a chess match with Seamus Finnegan. "What did Dumbledore want?" he called as they approached. "Are you in trouble?" "No trouble," Harry assured him, settling into an armchair. "Just checking how we're adjusting to Hogwarts." It wasn't exactly a lie, but it wasn't the complete truth either. Harry and Hermione had agreed early on to be selective about who they told about their bond. Ron knew they had a connection of some kind but didn't understand its magical significance or full capabilities. "That's weird," Ron said, returning his attention to the chessboard. "Why would Dumbledore care about that personally?" "Checkmate, by the way." Seamus groaned as his king threw down its crown in defeat. "That's 3 in a row, Weasley. You're too good at this game." Ron grinned, clearly pleased with the compliment. "Want to play, Harry? Or are you two off to the library again?" "Actually, I think we're done for tonight," Harry said, suddenly aware of how tired he felt after the intense session with Dumbledore. Through their bond, he could feel Hermione's similar exhaustion. "We've got Transfiguration first thing tomorrow." After saying goodnight to Ron and the others, Harry and Hermione found a quiet corner of the common room to quickly discuss the headmaster's revelations before separating for their dormitories. "I think we should start working through Hufflepuff's book this weekend," Hermione suggested, keeping her voice low. "If Dumbledore thinks it's important." Harry nodded. "Agreed. We could use the empty classroom on the 4th floor, the one Professor Flitwick said we could practice in if the common room gets too noisy." "Perfect." Hermione stifled a yawn. "Saturday morning, then?" As they parted ways at the stairs to their respective dormitories, Harry felt a wave of contentment despite the day's revelations. Their bond might be rarer and more significant than they'd realized, might even attract unwanted attention if displayed too openly, but it was also being treated as something valuable and worthy of development by the greatest wizard of the age. Whatever challenges lay ahead, they would face them together, their connection growing stronger with each passing day at Hogwarts. Saturday morning found them in the empty classroom as planned, Hufflepuff's book open between them as they sat cross-legged on cushions they'd borrowed from the common room. The book, titled simply Magical Resonance, contained exercises designed to help bonded individuals understand and harness their connection more effectively. The first exercise seemed straightforward, Hermione said, reading aloud. "Sit facing one another, marked palms touching. Close your eyes and breathe in unison, focusing on the flow of magic between you. Do not direct or force the magic, merely observe its natural patterns." They positioned themselves as instructed, their marked palms pressed together. The now familiar warmth spread up Harry's arm as their bond activated, more intense than usual in the magic-saturated environment of Hogwarts. "Ready?" Hermione asked, her eyes already closing. Harry nodded, then realized she couldn't see him. "Ready," he confirmed, closing his own eyes. For several minutes, they simply breathed together, focusing on the sensation of their connected palms. Gradually, Harry became aware of something he'd never consciously noticed before, a current of magic flowing between them, like a river with eddies and currents, sometimes flowing from him to Hermione, sometimes from her to him, occasionally pooling in their joined hands before dispersing. Through their emotional connection, he could tell Hermione was experiencing the same phenomenon, her analytical mind already categorizing and examining the patterns. Without words, they continued the exercise, allowing the magic to flow naturally while observing its behavior. After what felt like both moments and hours, Harry opened his eyes to find Hermione watching him, her expression one of wonder. "Did you feel that?" she whispered, though they were alone in the classroom. "The magic has a rhythm, almost like a heartbeat." Harry nodded. It wasn't just flowing randomly. It seemed to be responding to something. "To us, maybe." Hermione consulted the book again. "It says here that's normal. The magic of a bond is neither wholly one person's nor the other's, but a third entity created between them. It has its own patterns and preferences, which become more distinct with practice. So our bond is almost like a separate magical being?" Harry found the concept both strange and oddly comforting. "Not a being exactly," Hermione corrected, continuing to read. "Think of it as a magical ecosystem, sustained by both participants but with its own internal logic." The next exercise builds on this understanding. They spent the entire morning working through the first chapter of Hufflepuff's book, learning to recognize the unique signature of their bonded magic and beginning to guide it with conscious intent rather than emotional impulse. By lunchtime, they had made significant progress. They could now direct the flow of magic between them with some precision, choosing when to share magical energy and when to contain it individually. "This will be incredibly useful in classes," Hermione said excitedly as they packed up to head to lunch. "If we can control when and how our magic interacts, we won't have those obvious moments where we both produce identical spell results." "And it might help with accidental magic too," Harry added, thinking of the occasional incidents that still occurred when either of them experienced strong emotions. Just last week, when Malfoy had insulted Hermione's enthusiastic hand-raising in potions, all the labels had mysteriously peeled off his ingredient bottles. As they made their way to the Great Hall, discussing their morning's discoveries, they encountered nearly headless Nick floating pensively by a window. "Hello, Sir Nicholas," Hermione greeted him politely. The ghost turned, his partially severed head wobbling dangerously. "Ah, good day, young Gryffindors. Enjoying your weekend, I trust?" "Very much," Harry replied. "We've been practicing some special magic Professor Dumbledore recommended." Nick looked intrigued, floating closer. "Indeed? The headmaster seldom offers direct magical instruction to first years. You must be exceptional students." Before either could respond, Nick suddenly stared at their hands with a ghostly gasp. "Great Merlin's beard! Is that? But it cannot be a bond of protection?" Harry and Hermione exchanged alarmed glances. Their marks weren't glowing visibly. How had Nick recognized them? "You can see our bond?" Hermione asked cautiously. "My dear, when you've been dead for nearly 500 years, you develop certain perspectives." Nick circled them slowly, examining them with new interest. To ghostly eyes, magical bonds appear as connecting threads of light. Yours is particularly vibrant, golden with threads of red and silver. Most unusual in one so young. Does everyone know about magical bonds? Harry wondered aloud. "We thought they were quite rare." "Oh, they are indeed rare, Mr. Potter. In my lifetime, I witnessed only 2 such bonds form at Hogwarts, and none as strong as yours appears to be." Nick straightened his ruff thoughtfully. "As for general knowledge, most educated wizards and witches know bonds exist historically, but few have encountered them personally." "Sir Nicholas," Hermione began hesitantly, "you said you could see our bond as threads of light. Can other ghosts see it too? Or professors? Or students?" "An excellent question, Miss Granger. Ghosts, yes, expect questions from the friar when he notices. He's always been fascinated by magical connections. Most professors would recognize the marks on your palms if they saw them clearly, but they cannot see the connecting magic unless they possess specific detection skills. As for students. Nick paused, considering. Only those with exceptional magical sensitivity might sense something unusual, though they wouldn't likely understand what they were perceiving. This was simultaneously reassuring and concerning. Their bond wasn't as visible as they'd feared, but it wasn't completely hidden either. "Thank you for explaining, Sir Nicholas," Harry said. "We'd appreciate if you didn't mention this to anyone, though." Professor Dumbledore suggested discretion. "Say no more, my boy. Your secret is safe with Sir Nicholas de Mimsy-Porpington." The ghost bowed dramatically, his head flopping onto his shoulder. "Though I would be fascinated to hear more about your bond sometime. Historical significance, you understand." They promised to share appropriate details with him later and continued to the Great Hall, processing this new information. "I wonder if Malfoy has that exceptional magical sensitivity Nick mentioned," Hermione mused as they took seats at the Gryffindor table. "Remember how oddly he looked at us in Madame Malkin's when our robes shimmered?" "Maybe," Harry replied, helping himself to shepherd's pie. "But he hasn't said anything about it since we've been at school. And you know Malfoy, if he thought he had something to hold over us, he'd use it." Their discussion was interrupted by the arrival of Ron, followed by Fred and George Weasley, who were discussing the upcoming Quidditch season with great animation. "Oliver Wood's gone mental this year," Fred informed them, reaching for a bread roll. "Training sessions 3 times a week already, and the first match isn't until November." "Wood?" Harry asked. "He's the Gryffindor Quidditch captain, right?" "Yeah, 5th year. Obsessed doesn't begin to cover it," George said cheerfully. "But he's brilliant with strategy, so we tolerate the madness." "Harry, you should try out next year," Ron suggested enthusiastically. "First years never make the house teams, but you'd be brilliant as a seeker with your build." "Maybe," Harry said noncommittally. He'd never actually flown on a broomstick, a fact that still seemed strange given how many other magical skills he and Hermione had developed together. "We have our first flying lesson this Thursday, so I guess I'll find out if I'm any good." "Flying is the one magical skill that isn't primarily about wand work or incantations," Hermione noted, a hint of anxiety in her voice that Harry could feel through their bond. "It's much more physical." "Worried, Granger?" Fred teased good-naturedly. "Not something you can learn from a book, is it?" "I've read Quidditch Through the Ages," she defended herself, but Harry could sense her genuine concern. Unlike most magical subjects where her thorough preparation ensured success, flying would require natural aptitude and physical coordination. "You'll be fine," Harry assured her quietly as the conversation moved on to other topics. "We both will." But when Thursday arrived, bringing with it their first flying lesson with the Slytherins, Hermione's anxiety had reached new heights. At breakfast, she recited flying tips she'd gotten from a library book, more to calm herself than to actually inform anyone. Ron rolled his eyes, but Harry listened patiently, knowing this was how she processed nervousness. "It's just like any other class," he reminded her as they walked down to the training grounds. "And we'll be learning the basics, not doing complicated stunts." Through their bond, he tried to project confidence, though truthfully, he was nervous too. Flying represented a new type of magic, one where their bond might not provide the same advantages it did in wand work. The Gryffindors and Slytherins gathered on the flat lawn opposite sides of 2 rows of broomsticks lying on the ground. Madam Hooch, the flying instructor with short gray hair and yellow hawk-like eyes, arrived promptly and wasted no time with preliminaries. "Well, what are you all waiting for?" she barked. "Everyone stand by a broomstick. Come on, hurry up." Harry glanced down at his broom. It was old and some of the twigs stuck out at odd angles. Beside him, Hermione looked at her own broom with obvious trepidation. "Stick out your right hand over your broom," called Madam Hooch, and say, up. Up, everyone shouted. Harry's broom jumped into his hand at once, but it was one of the few that did. Hermione's rolled over on the ground, and Neville's didn't move at all. Through their bond, Harry felt Hermione's frustration and mounting anxiety. It's responding to confidence, he thought, directing the insight toward her. You need to really mean it. Hermione took a deep breath, focusing on Harry's steady presence in her mind, and tried again with greater conviction. Up. This time, the broom rose shakily but successfully into her hand. Thank you, she projected back, her relief palpable. Madam Hooch then showed them how to mount their brooms without sliding off the end, walking up and down the rows correcting grips. Harry and Ron were delighted when she told Malfoy he'd been doing it wrong for years. Now, when I blow my whistle, you kick off from the ground, hard, Madam Hooch instructed. Keep your broom steady, rise a few feet, and then come straight back down by leaning forward slightly. On my whistle, 3, 2, but Neville, nervous and jumpy and frightened of being left on the ground, pushed off hard before the whistle had touched Madam Hooch's lips. He rose straight up like a cork shot out of a bottle, 12 feet, 20 feet. Harry saw his scared white face look down at the ground falling away, saw him gasp, slip sideways off the broom and, wham! Neville hit the ground with a thud and a nasty crack, his broomstick still rising higher before drifting lazily toward the forbidden forest. Madam Hooch rushed to Neville's side, her face as white as his. Broken wrist, she muttered. Come on, boy, it's all right, up you get. She turned to the rest of the class. None of you is to move while I take this boy to the hospital wing. You leave those brooms where they are or you'll be out of Hogwarts before you can say Quidditch. Come on, dear. As soon as they were out of earshot, Malfoy burst into laughter. Did you see his face, the great lump? Other Slytherins joined in. Shut up, Malfoy, snapped Parvati Patil. Ooh, sticking up for Longbottom, said Pansy Parkinson, a hard-faced Slytherin girl. Never thought you'd like fat little crybabies, Parvati. Look. Malfoy darted forward and snatched something from the grass. It's that stupid thing Longbottom's Gran sent him. A remembrall glittered in the sun as he held it up. Give that here, Malfoy, said Harry quietly, stepping forward. Everyone stopped talking to watch. Malfoy smiled nastily. I think I'll leave it somewhere for Longbottom to find. How about, up a tree? Give it here. Harry yelled, but Malfoy had already leaped onto his broomstick and taken off. Hovering level with the topmost branches of an oak, he called, Come and get it, Potter. Harry grabbed his broom, a surge of determination flowing through him. No! Hermione shouted aloud, grabbing his arm. You'll get expelled. Her thoughts added urgently through their bond. But something in Harry had snapped. Rules seemed far less important than standing up to Malfoy's cruelty. With a gentle but firm shake of his head, he mounted the broom. I have to do this, he projected back, then kicked hard against the ground. Air rushed through his hair, his robes whipped out behind him, and in a rush of fierce joy he realized he found something he could do without being taught. This was easy, this was wonderful. He pulled his broomstick up a little to take it even higher, hearing screams and gasps from the students below. He turned his broomstick sharply to face Malfoy in midair. The other boy looked stunned. Give it here, Harry called, or I'll knock you off that broom. Oh, yeah? Malfoy tried to sneer, but looked worried. Harry knew, somehow, exactly what to do. He leaned forward and grasped the broom tightly, shooting toward Malfoy like an arrow. Malfoy only just got out of the way in time. Harry made a sharp about face and held the broom steady. A few students below were clapping. No Crab and Goyle up here to save your neck, Malfoy, Harry called. The same thought seemed to have struck Malfoy. Catch it if you can, then, he shouted, throwing the glass ball high into the air before streaking back toward the ground. Harry saw, as though in slow motion, the ball rise up in the air and then start to fall. He leaned forward and pointed his broom handle down. Next moment he was gathering speed in a steep dive, racing the ball. The wind whistled in his ears, mingled with screams from the watchers. He stretched out his hand. A foot from the ground he caught it, just in time to pull his broom straight, toppling gently onto the grass with the remembrall clutched safely in his fist. Harry Potter. His heart sank faster than he'd just dived. Professor McGonagall was running toward them, her face white with shock. Never, in all my time at Hogwarts, she was almost speechless with shock, her glasses flashing furiously. How dare you, might have broken your neck. It wasn't his fault, Professor. Be quiet, Miss Granger. But Malfoy, that's enough, Mr. Weasley. Potter, follow me, now. Through their bond, Harry felt Hermione's distress and guilt. I should have stopped you, she thought miserably. Not your fault, Harry projected back quickly as he followed McGonagall. My choice entirely. Walking numbly in Professor McGonagall's wake as she strode toward the castle, Harry expected to be taken to her office for punishment, perhaps even expulsion as Madame Hooch had threatened. Instead, to his utter confusion, she led him to a classroom, poked her head inside, and requested, "Excuse me, Professor Flitwick, could I borrow Wood for a moment?" Wood turned out to be a burly fifth-year boy who emerged from Flitwick's class looking confused. McGonagall led them both to an empty classroom, then turned to Wood with an expression of suppressed excitement. "Wood, I've found you a seeker." What followed was so unexpected that Harry could hardly process it. Instead of punishment, Professor McGonagall was recommending him for the Gryffindor Quidditch team, as the youngest house player in about a century. Oliver Wood, after getting over his initial shock, examined Harry with growing enthusiasm, declaring him perfect for the seeker position with his light build and obvious flying talent. "I shall speak to Professor Dumbledore and see if we can't bend the first-year rule," McGonagall said, looking at Harry with a mixture of sternness and pride. "Heaven knows, we need a better team than last year. Flattened in that last match by Slytherin, I couldn't look Severus Snape in the face for weeks." She peered sternly at Harry over her glasses. "I want to hear you're training hard, Potter, or I may change my mind about punishing you." Then she suddenly smiled, adding, "Your father would have been proud. He was an excellent Quidditch player himself." The news was so extraordinary that Harry couldn't fully share it through their bond. The sheer surprise and conflicting emotions were too complex to transmit clearly. By dinner time, however, he had managed to find Hermione and Ron and explain everything in an excited whisper. "You're joking!" Ron exclaimed, a piece of steak and kidney pie halfway to his mouth. "Seeker? But first years never. You must be the youngest house player in about a century," Harry finished, shoveling pie into his mouth. "Wood told me." Ron was so impressed he just sat and gaped at Harry, but Hermione's reaction was more measured, a mixture of relief, pride, and lingering concern flowing through their bond. "I'm glad you're not in trouble," she said quietly, "but isn't it a bit dangerous? I've read that Seeker is one of the positions most targeted by the opposing team." "Probably," Harry admitted. "But Wood's going to train me specially. Don't tell anyone though, he wants to keep it a secret." Fred and George Weasley had by then spotted Harry and hurried over to congratulate him, speaking in low voices about how they were on the team too as beaters, promising to make sure no one messed with him on the field. "Anyway, we've got to go," Fred said. "Lee Jordan reckons he's found a new secret passageway out of the school. Bet it's that one behind the statue of Gregory the Smarmy that we found in our first week," George replied as they departed. As they left, Malfoy appeared, flanked by Crabbe and Goyle. "Having a last meal, Potter? When are you getting the train back to the Muggles? You're a lot braver now that you're back on the ground and you've got your little friends with you," said Harry coolly. "I'd take you on any time on my own," said Malfoy. "Tonight, if you want. Wizard's duel. Wands only, no contact." Seeing Harry's hesitation, he sneered. "What's the matter? Never heard of a wizard's duel before, I suppose?" Of course he has, said Ron, wheeling around. I'm his second, who's yours? Malfoy looked at Crabbe and Goyle, sizing them up. Crabbe. Midnight all right? We'll meet you in the trophy room, that's always unlocked. As Malfoy walked away, Harry turned to Ron in bewilderment. What is a wizard's duel? And what do you mean, you're my second? Well, a second's there to take over if you die, said Ron casually, returning to his cold pie. Catching the look on Harry's face, he added quickly, but people only die in proper duels, you know, with real wizards. The most you and Malfoy'll be able to do is send sparks at each other. Neither of you knows enough magic to do any real damage. Excuse me, Hermione interrupted, leaning across the table, her voice tight with disapproval that Harry could feel radiating through their bond. I couldn't help overhearing what you and Malfoy were saying. Bet you could, Ron muttered. And you mustn't go wandering around the school at night, think of the points you'll lose Gryffindor if you're caught, and you're bound to be. It's really very selfish of you. And it's really none of your business, said Ron dismissively. Hermione turned to Harry, switching to their private bond communication. You can't seriously be considering this? It's obviously a trap, Malfoy's probably planning to tip off Filch. Harry hesitated. Her logic made sense, and he could feel her genuine concern. But Ron was looking at him expectantly, and backing out now would look like cowardice. I know it's risky, he acknowledged. But I can't let Malfoy think I'm afraid to face him. This isn't about courage, Hermione argued. It's about common sense. Their silent exchange was interrupted by Ron waving a hand between them. Hello? Earth to Harry? You going to let Hermione talk you out of it or what? I'm going, Harry said finally, addressing both of them. I need to show Malfoy he can't push people around. Hermione's disappointment was palpable, flowing through their bond like a cold current. Fine, she said stiffly, gathering her books. If you're determined to be reckless, I can't stop you. As she stalked away, Harry felt a pang of regret, but also determination. Sometimes he needed to make his own choices, even if they differed from what Hermione thought best. Hours later, with the common room finally empty, Harry and Ron prepared to leave for the midnight duel. They were almost to the portrait hole when a voice spoke from the chair nearest them. I can't believe you're going to do this. A lamp flickered on. It was Hermione, wearing a pink bathrobe and a frown. You, said Ron furiously. Go back to bed. I almost told your brother Percy, Hermione snapped. He's a prefect, he'd put a stop to this. Come on, Harry said to Ron, pushing open the portrait door, determined not to get into an argument that would wake the whole tower. But Hermione wasn't giving up that easily. She followed them through the portrait hole, hissing like an angry goose. Don't you care about Gryffindor, do you only care about yourselves? I don't want Slytherin to win the House Cup, and you'll lose all the points I got from Professor McGonagall for knowing about switching spells. Go away, Ron growled. All right, but I warned you, you just remember what I said when you're on the train home tomorrow, you're so, but what they were, they didn't find out. Hermione had turned to the portrait of the fat lady to get back inside and found herself facing an empty painting. The fat lady had gone on a nighttime visit, and Hermione was locked out of Gryffindor Tower. Now what am I going to do? She asked shrilly. That's your problem, said Ron. We've got to go, we're going to be late. They hadn't even reached the end of the corridor when Hermione caught up with them. I'm coming with you, she declared. You are not, Ron insisted. Do you think I'm going to stand out here and wait for Filch to catch me? If he finds all three of us, I'll tell him the truth, that I was trying to stop you, and you can back me up. You've got some nerve, said Ron loudly. Shut up, both of you, said Harry sharply. I heard something. A sort of snuffling sound reached them from nearby. Mrs. Norris, breathed Ron, squinting through the dark. It wasn't Mrs. Norris. It was Neville, curled up on the floor, fast asleep. He jerked awake as they approached, explaining tearfully that he'd forgotten the password and been stuck outside for hours. Against Ron's protests, Harry insisted Neville join them. They couldn't leave him alone for Filch to find. The four of them set off, Harry hyper-aware of Hermione's disapproval flowing steadily through their bond, though she'd stopped voicing it aloud. They reached the trophy room without incident, but Malfoy and Crabbe were nowhere to be seen. The minutes crept by. "He's late, maybe he's chickened out," Ron whispered. Then a noise in the next room made them jump. Harry had only just raised his wand when they heard a voice, and it wasn't Malfoy. "Sniff around, my sweet, they might be lurking in a corner." It was Filch, speaking to Mrs. Norris. Horror-struck, Harry waved madly at the other three to follow him as quickly as possible, and they scurried silently toward the door, away from Filch's voice. Neville's robes had barely whipped round the corner when they heard Filch enter the trophy room. "They're in here somewhere," they heard him mutter, "probably hiding. I told you it was a trap." Hermione's voice was clear in Harry's mind as they crept down a long gallery full of suits of armor. Not now, he thought back urgently. Their escape quickly turned chaotic. Neville panicked, broke into a run, tripped, grabbed Ron around the waist, and the pair of them toppled right into a suit of armor. The clanging and crashing were enough to wake the whole castle. "Run!" Harry yelled, and the four of them sprinted down the gallery, not looking back to see whether Filch was following. They ripped through a tapestry and found themselves in a hidden passageway, hurtled along it and came out near their charms classroom, which they knew was miles from the trophy room. "I think we've lost him," Harry panted, leaning against the cold wall and wiping his forehead. Neville was bent double, wheezing and spluttering. "I told you," Hermione gasped, clutching at her chest. "I told you." But their troubles weren't over. They hadn't gone more than a dozen paces when a doorknob rattled and Peeves the poltergeist shot out of a classroom in front of them, squealing with delight when he spotted them. Despite Harry's pleading, Peeves raised the alarm, forcing them to run again, straight to the end of the corridor where they slammed into a door. A locked door. "This is it," Ron moaned. "We're done for." They could hear Filch's rapid footsteps drawing nearer. "Oh, move over," Hermione snarled, grabbing Harry's wand since it was already drawn. She tapped the lock and whispered, "Alohomora." The lock clicked and the door swung open. They piled through it, shut it quickly, and pressed their ears against it, listening to Filch and Peeves arguing on the other side. When it seemed Filch had been successfully misdirected, they turned to see where they were, and froze in terror. They were in the forbidden corridor on the third floor, and now they knew why it was forbidden. They were looking straight into the eyes of a monstrous dog, a dog that filled the whole space between ceiling and floor. It had 3 heads, 3 pairs of rolling, mad eyes, 3 noses twitching and quivering in their direction, and 3 drooling mouths with yellowish fangs. It was standing still, all 6 eyes staring at them, clearly surprised by their sudden appearance. But it was quickly recovering from its shock, growls rumbling from deep in its throats. Harry groped for the doorknob. Between Filch and death, he'd take Filch. They fell backward through the open door, slammed it shut, and ran, flew back down the corridor. Filch must have hurried off to look for them elsewhere, because they didn't see him anywhere, but they hardly cared. All they wanted to do was put as much space as possible between them and that monster. They didn't stop running until they reached the portrait of the fat lady on the 7th floor. "Pig snout," they gasped, and the portrait swung forward. They scrambled into the common room and collapsed, trembling, into armchairs. It was a long time before anyone spoke. Neville looked as if he'd never speak again. "What do they think they're doing, keeping a thing like that locked up in a school?" Ron finally said. "If any dog needs exercise, that one does." Hermione had regained both her breath and her bad temper. "You don't use your eyes, any of you, do you?" she snapped. "Didn't you see what it was standing on?" "The floor?" Harry suggested. "I wasn't looking at its feet, I was too busy with its heads." No, not the floor. It was standing on a trapdoor. It's obviously guarding something. She stood up, glaring at them. I hope you're pleased with yourselves. We could all have been killed, or worse, expelled. Now, if you don't mind, I'm going to bed. Ron stared after her, open-mouthed. No, we don't mind. You'd think we dragged her along, wouldn't you? But Harry was thinking about what Hermione had said. The dog was guarding something. Perhaps that was where the grubby little package from Vault 713 had been moved to. He projected a quick apology through their bond as Hermione reached the stairs to the girls' dormitories. You were right. It was a trap, and we were reckless. Her response came reluctantly but clearly. Just think before you act next time. We're supposed to be partners, remember? The next morning, Hermione refused to speak to either Harry or Ron. During classes, she remained coldly professional, answering questions brilliantly as always but avoiding direct conversation. Through their bond, however, Harry sensed her anger was already cooling, replaced by intellectual curiosity about what the three-headed dog might be guarding. By the time owls flooded into the great hall at breakfast, bringing Harry a long, thin package that could only be a broomstick, along with a note from McGonagall telling him not to open it at the table, Hermione's frigid demeanor had thawed enough for her to follow Harry and Ron from the hall to unwrap the mysterious package in private. A Nimbus 2000. Ron moaned enviously as the broomstick rolled onto Harry's bedspread. I've never even touched one. Even Hermione looked impressed despite herself, her academic interest in the magical construction of racing brooms momentarily overriding her lingering disapproval of last night's adventure. It's beautiful, she acknowledged through their bond as Harry lifted the gleaming broomstick. Just be careful during training. Harry grinned, relieved they were communicating normally again. I will. Want to come watch my first practice tonight? Hermione hesitated. Actually, I was thinking we might visit the library. After what we saw last night, I'm curious about that three-headed dog and what it might be guarding. Can't it wait a day? Harry asked, disappointed. I suppose, Hermione conceded. But this is important, Harry. That corridor is forbidden for a reason, and whatever's under that trapdoor must be valuable, or dangerous. Harry nodded, recognizing the determined gleam in her eye that meant she'd already committed to solving this mystery. And truthfully, he was curious too. Between Quidditch, classes, and the ongoing study of their magical bond, they now had a third project, discovering what secret was hidden in the forbidden corridor, guarded by a monstrous three-headed dog. Life at Hogwarts, it seemed, would never be boring. That evening, as Harry soared above the Quidditch pitch on his new Nimbus 2000 with Oliver Wood shouting instructions from below, he spotted Hermione watching from the stands, a large book open on her lap. Even from a distance, he could sense her divided attention, half focused on his flying, half on whatever research she'd brought with her. He grinned, executing a perfect dive that made her look up in alarm before realizing he was in control. Their bond hummed with shared excitement, hers for knowledge, his for flight, separate interests but connected experiences. Whatever challenges Hogwarts might present in the coming months, they would face them together, their magic growing stronger with each passing day, their bond deepening in ways neither could yet imagine. As the golden twilight faded into dusk and would finally call an end to practice, Harry swooped down to join Hermione in the stands. The magical world continued to unfold before them, full of wonders and dangers in equal measure. But with the bond of protection linking them heart to heart and magic to magic, Harry Potter and Hermione Granger were ready for whatever lay ahead, true partners in magic, friendship, and destiny. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.